Welcome back from our lunch break. You have joined us here for our continuing coverage of the Origins Summer Preview here at the Origins Game Fair in Columbus, Ohio. You're watching the Dice Tower. My name is Sam, and this is James Campbell. He is from Gutshot Games, and he's going to be taking us through Headhunters. So go ahead and take it away, James. What is this all about?
So Headhunters is a 5 1/4 inch figure, but inside is everything you need to play a card-driven skirmish game. Next to, I bring my toy to the table, you bring your toy. We take all the components out and we fight to the death. I'm going to go over the components a little bit. It's a measure movement game, so the first thing you're going to see, there's a measuring string. This is broken in a short, medium, and long range. 2 combat dice. It's card driven, but the combat's actually resolved via the dice. We'll talk about that in a second. 2 battle platforms. It's an open table game, so you're either on terrain, which we'll talk about in a second, or you're actually on one of the battle platforms. Last thing, 2 other things, cards. So every character has the same amount of health. This is Badru, he has 5 health. This is going to tell you how much health he has, how far he can move, and any special abilities you may have. So as he gains and loses health, he's going to gain and lose certain abilities. So when Badru here gets down to 3, he can't move as far. So let's talk about movement real quick. When that shows 3, you look at your measuring string, 1, 2, 3. You can move that far. Now when he's down to 3, he's only going to be able to move 2, so 1, 2, but now he can actually make range attacks as if they were melee attacks. So any melee attacks, range attacks he has in his deck, he can actually use them as range attacks. Now, the important thing for every character, completely different. So think about, you get a collectible figure and a theme deck, whichever character. So Zeno, our assassin robot from the future here, he's going to play completely different from Badru, our Egyptian warrior. And same thing with Eric Thaneson, our Viking from the old world.
Eric the Awful.
Now, Head in Headhunter stands for heroes of every age and dimension. That's why you have assassin robots from the future, Egyptian warriors, etc. So I'm going to put him to the side right now.
So panchronistic. I don't know if that's our correct word.
It's kind of like, we call it smash up. That sounds a lot fancier. So we have our health tile. The other thing that all the characters come with are 4 starting terrain. Now I kind of cheated a little bit and put the 4 starting terrain out. But how we start the game is I take my 4 starting terrain and your 4 starting terrain. We mix them up. We randomly place them face down on the battlefield and we turn them over. That sets up our battlefield. Now it could mean we start on opposite sides of the battlefield. Could mean we start right next to each other. Now you're going to notice there's one terrain that's actually unique per character. That has a diamond. It also has a special ability just for that character. Terrain has blocking sides, open sides. You can go in and out of, you can attack in and out of. You can't move in and out of or attack in and out of the blocking sides. So this one's kind of unique. When Badru here enters this, he actually gets to rotate it any way he wants to. Good way of getting away from opponents, good way of getting the jump on somebody else. Position is very important in the game, and we're going to talk about why that is in just a moment. But the other type of terrain that Badru has here is this is an oasis. Anybody can use this. This is a special one just for Badru. Anyone can use this. If it's Badru or anybody else, when they come to this, when they come onto the oasis here, they roll a die. And as long as that was horrible, so I'm going to cheat. As long as they roll at least 1 starburst, they get the special ability. The special ability here is they heal 1. So if they don't, it was a mirage and it gets taken from the game. So
wait. This goes away?
The terrain goes away. You also notice all terrain has a shield number in it. You can attack and blow up terrain just as you can attack and blow up another character. As long as you have more power in your attack than that has defense, you can actually remove it from the game.
That's cool.
That said, let's kind of go over a little bit of the basics of the game. On your turn, you get to do 1 basic move. It goes back to you look at your health, and that tells you how far you can move. That's a basic move. There's other ways to move, and we'll talk about that in a second. But you also get to play up to 2 cards. Take 2 actions. There's some other things you can do besides play cards with actions, but we won't get into that here. But there are weapons you can play with. So all kinds of different cards that you're going to have in your hand. You're going to have attacks, you're going to have defenses, you're going to have special abilities, even move cards, so you can move in addition to the typical move you would have.
And that's in this deck right here.
So I'm going to go through just the easiest way for me to explain it is just through a quick hand. Now I'm going to drop to my hand size, which is a default of 3. I'm going to hold these private here. First going to make a basic move because I need to get in distance here of Eric because I want to take him out. So again, I put this where I want to go, as long as I can make it, and we're pretty liberal about where you can make it, straight line. As long as you can get there, you simply move your character. Your back's going to be facing one side. Position in the game is really important, I'll tell you why. So now I'm going to play a card. The first card I'm going to play here is, this is a attack, it's a range attack. Okay. Has a special ability which I'm going to talk about in a second. So now that I played this card, I'm lining up you because we're going to fight.
Okay.
So I roll my dice. I'm looking for swords. You go ahead and roll. Oh, there's yours. Go ahead.
Oh, you got mine. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I don't remember what I had. I had like 1. It wasn't good, but go ahead. Now you roll. You're looking for shields. Now, ties go to the defender, but we're going to cheat a little bit to pretend that it looks like I beat you. If neither one of us had advantage, I would simply have more swords than you have shield. Now, no matter how much I beat you by, you lose 1 health.
Okay.
However, you'll notice
that's just a card.
That's just 1 card, and you put it on the bottom.
Gotcha.
However, you'll notice there's a 3rd symbol, and that is advantage.
Okay.
If I happen to be lucky enough to get behind you when I attack, I get to count those as swords.
Okay.
So that would have been 3. However, I wasn't.
And that's the burst symbol.
That's
right?
the burst symbol.
Yeah. Okay.
However, I wasn't. You actually had advantage because you were on a terrain versus a range attack.
Gotcha.
So you actually rolled the best you can. That's 4 defense.
4 defense. Okay, cool.
So I missed, but I knew I didn't have good opportunity when I was doing that. The next piece of this card, it says, after a combat, I can actually teleport, swap us places. So now that we have that, you come here, facing this way. I come here facing this way. All of a sudden, I have advantage because I'm in terrain and you're not. You're out in the open.
Got it.
So now I'm going to play another range attack.
Okay.
Now this range attack, the first thing it allows me to do is it's going to make you discard whatever cards you have in your hand. Okay. But then we go and we attack again. This would be my second action. I only have 1. That was a horrible roll, though. Can you block it? You need at least 1 shield. You're out in the open. You did. Okay. Now, mitigating the luckiness of the dice is really important with advantage. If I was behind you, that would have been a huge hit.
Right.
Being behind someone increases your advantage by over 30%.
Okay.
So now it would go on to you. You would actually do something similar.
Okay.
So I actually set up your cards here. At the end of my turn, by the way, I can decide to keep this, or I can actually discard it and draw up to 3 cards.
Draw up to 3, okay.
Other kind of cards, what I just discarded here is this is a defense. So I didn't talk about this, but the game's actually designed by Ben Chikowski and Danny Mandel. They did Legendary Encounters Aliens, Legendary Encounters Predators, also the World of Warcraft trading card game.
Right.
So one thing you may remember from way back from the World of Warcraft trading card game is traps. So traps were kind of cards you played face down.
Gotcha.
This is a defense card. I can, as one of my turns, or cards I could play, I would play this face down. When you come to attack me, I'm going to say, aha, this is going to have an outcome of that attack. Now, I didn't have an extra attack, so that goes there.
All right.
Now it's your turn.
My turn. So I can move and attack.
You can move, attack, move, any order.
Okay.
Now, I've kind of given you a little bit of an advantage here, so go ahead and play this card first.
Okay. I'm going to play Ride the Bifrost.
Ride the Bifrost allows you to teleport next to any terrain. I told you position's really important, and if you look at this, your back's open here.
There.
So you're going to put your platform here. Everybody gets 2 platforms, and you're going to go ahead and go here, right to my back.
Yes.
Now, that was one of your cards. Now you may have a melee attack there.
I do.
So this goes your discard.
Lucky luck of the draw.
This is not set up. Yeah.
It says, well, first I roll, right?
First you roll.
And I'm
have
counting
advantage.
starbursts and swords.
You get swords and starbursts.
I'm probably going to roll horribly.
2.
I did.
2 is not bad. Oh, all right, we're going to let you cheat. Now, if that would have landed...
I like this game.
If that would have landed, you would have taken one of my cards, put it in your hand, and you could play that card as well. So a lot of the flavor comes in the cards itself. As I said, every character is unique. Every character is different. When you're done with the game, so the game takes about 10 minutes per player. So 20 minutes for 2-player, 30 to 40 minutes for 4-player. When you're done, you pick all this stuff up, it goes back inside the toy's head, and that's what sits on your game shelf.
Okay, so these are sold separately then?
They're sold separately. They're $20 each.
All right.
We attempted to launch a Kickstarter with all 10, but our funding goal for that was pretty high.
Gotcha.
So we're launching, this fall, we're launching Headhunters Gods.
Okay.
So there will be some gods you recognize. There's a couple things we learned. One, people thought the toy art was a little too cutesy. I like it personally, but they thought it didn't match the depth of the game. So we're going to increase the toy art a little bit, and we're going to come out with characters people know.
All right.
So you may see him again as Anubis.
Okay.
So in the God series, we'll also have Thor. We'll have Thor, and we'll also have Athena, and then one other one from Chinese mythology, which we'll announce later. So, and then that will be this fall, and then next spring we will have a fairy tale line. You'll see a really cool Snow White, who actually will bring units via dwarves, who actually can move on her behalf, move around and attack.
All right.
And as well as a big bad wolf and some others.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like the packaging idea.
Thank you.
That's interesting. This is a neat little movement game. I'd like to try this out more.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks so much, James,
Thank you.
for joining us.
Appreciate it.
We're going to send James over to the Q&A table here in just a few moments, so stay tuned.
That's all right.
We'll talk to Mike's the one that's got the current schedule. We'll check with him in just a second. Right. Just going to get him to do his question and answer, and then we'll get Mike to make sure. He just wants to make sure he's on the schedule.
You're not on the schedule?
He wants to make sure.
Your last email made it sound like you were. You said the way you worded it, like, okay, it didn't sound like you were. Okay, you're off then. Huh? We can be on schedule? Sure. Let's just...
Looks like we split green slot. I don't know it. We did not.
All right.
One thing
There
which
you
will be an
go.
exclusive for the live stream here, I forgot all of them come with their own weapons.
Oh, cool.
So Rob actually was kind enough to paint this one for us, but all of them will come with their own weapons.
Will they come with a weapon that is unpainted then?
No, it will come with painted
will
weapon.
come with
yeah,
painted
this is all this stuff is just prototype. So
Okay.
this is cheaper ABS that you can print plastic on. The real thing will be vinyl, heavyweight vinyl, so it has a good feel to it.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay. Well, one of the questions I had for you, James, was if they had articulation in the arms or legs. It looks like the arms do,
Arms
right?
do, no legs, and the only thing the head does is take the cap off.
Right.
Yeah,
You can store everything in there. Okay.
But the arms move up and down, and the reason they do that is because you can have a weapon, then you can move them around. And there is deck building with the characters, so if you want to use his weapon cards, you have to take his weapon too. So if you see a Viking show up to a game and he's carrying a blaster, you're going to have some indication on what he's bringing to the table.
Interesting. So it's a little bit of a hint to the other player.
is,
Hey,
yeah.
this is
And
coming
really,
in here.
game piece, probably not a big thing, but from a theme, we kind of like that.
Yeah, that's neat. Now, you were talking about that there were 10 figures you attempted to kickstart, is that right?
Yep. We did an early Kickstarter, we ran it for about 10 days, and it didn't look like we were going to launch all 10. And so
Okay.
what we decided to do was we're going to do 3 waves of 4,
Okay.
starting this, and do them in themes. So we'll do the God theme this fall, we'll do the fairy tale theme early next year. So over the next 12 to 18 months, we'll have 3 waves. And then the third wave, we're still debating on what that wave is.
And it will be these powers, these cards, just themed
correct
to a different mythology.
Yeah, and so we have several the platform really Ben and Danny did a great job. They've done not only the World of Warcraft trading card game, they've done the new Versus 2-player card game.
Yeah.
So they've done a really good job of building the platform for it, so we can easily add characters. We just have to have the time to balance the decks to make sure, one, the theme matches the character who it is,
right,
and then the cards, they balance between characters.
Okay, sounds good. You talked about the expansion plans, good. We talked about that. MSRP you mentioned up there, $20 each. Okay. Someone was asking about sorting them back into their respective figures. Do they have different card backs or something like that?
Actually, no. Can I set this?
Yeah, I'll hold it for you here.
Every card, that's a great question. Every card tells you who it belongs to up here, you can do that. And how the deck building works real quick is, if you'll notice, this is a weapon deck. This tells you how many copies of the card. So there's 3 copies of this card in this deck. So think of the weapon, there's 6 groups of 6 cards.
Okay.
Now if you want to use his weapons, so there's 3 which are think of them as common, 2 which are uncommon, and then 1 kind of rare. But if you want to use that whole group of 6, you have to take that whole pod and exchange it for somebody else's weapon pod.
Right.
So we wanted an approachable deck building.
Yeah.
We didn't want somebody showing up with just all the most powerful cards or rare cards.
Okay, got it. But if you do build your own deck, there's no indication of what the card's coming from to the opponents.
The only hint that you give is the weapon that you carry if you're using somebody else's weapon deck.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see if I have anything else for you here. When people pledge, do they get is it the idea to get individual figures if you want, or you can get all 4?
Yeah, so that was a good feedback. We had originally we did a 2-character starter kit, and one of the biggest questions I was asked was, well, I want to swap out those 2 characters and do different characters.
Okay.
So we're actually going to do all 4 individuals, so they can mix and match however they want. Okay. And if they do all 4, we're going to have a little bit of a special gift for them if they do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you say is the suggested age range on these?
I compare this to Arena the Planeswalker in terms of the amount of depth. Okay. That says 10 plus. I think that's about right. It'll say 13 plus on the piece, but it's 10 plus and you're safe.
Okay.
I have 11-year-old twins, and they play all the time.
Cool. Yeah. All right. I think that's it. I think that's all I've got for you. Thanks for giving us a little bit more of a look at these, and check these out. Coming to Kickstarter
this October. Headhunters Gods will launch at Kickstarter this fall, October or first week in November.
Okay. Excellent. Thanks very much. Good talking to you.
Thank you,
James. Thank you.
Sugar High Score is my wife.
And we're big fans. Bad news though, we had to throw away the Z.
Hey everybody, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Origins Summer Preview. You're watching the Dice Tower. I'm Sam, and I'm joined today by Ophelia, the Thief of Swords from the Grand Gamers Guild. So, Miss Ophelia, show us Pocket Ops, shall you?
Okay. This is a 2-player game of deduction and area control, currently on Kickstarter, ending June 26th. In this game, you're playing as rival spy masters, trying to get into this evil facility to retrieve this doomsday device. It's played best 2 out of 3. The first time that you win, you take the gem. There are actually 2 gems. but this is a reviewer copy and we're missing that gem right now. So this is, what you see here isn't what the final game will look like. First time you take the gem, second time you win, you take the Doomsday device, put it together, and you've won the entire game. So the win conditions of this game are the same as the win conditions of tic-tac-toe. 3 in a row, horizontal, vertical, or diagonal. But in this game, each of us has a prediction deck. Marked, with the squares of the facility there.
Right, the different letters, right?
Right, exactly. So if I can guess where you're going to go, you don't get to keep it there.
Okay.
And we also have specialists in this game that have different special abilities. You have one of them each round that you play.
Okay.
So the different abilities are the pusher, which is placed next to an enemy spy and can push off the board. And then it holds this position and this one goes away.
Okay.
Also, the sniper, which is placed in an empty square next to an enemy spy, kills that spy.
It has to be next to, it can't be like...
It can't be diagonal. It needs
can't
to be
diagonal. What about orthogonal down in H?
It has to be orthogonal right next to it.
It has to be right next to it, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
one space away, exactly. And then the assassin covers an enemy spy.
Okay.
And takes its place.
That doesn't actually remove it though.
Yeah, you could take it off or just leave it over the top of
gotcha.
it. It takes its place.
All right.
And then we have the grappler, which switches places with the enemy spy.
That's cool.
And the hacker, which if I am able to hold my position with that, it's played to an empty square. Mm-hmm. Very next turn, I get 2 predictions of where I think you're going to go.
From your card deck.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
Cool.
So, also, let's say you're the first player.
Mm-hmm.
You get to place first. I predict first. Okay. And if we have a draw, you lose. And I would end up getting to take the crystal on the first
okay.
turn.
So the first person has to win, otherwise the other person wins.
Right, exactly.
Okay, that's cool.
Exactly. So in this game, it's when you're playing it, you'll find that you have kind of a cat and mouse situation because, for example, let's say the board was like this.
Yeah.
And it's your turn to guess. I'm blue. Let's say I'm blue. It's your turn to guess where I'm going to go.
Right.
You can guess B.
Right.
To keep me from winning, but I also know that I'll win.
Right.
So I know you're probably going to guess B.
So you might set up somewhere else.
Yeah, there's a lot of different interesting decisions as you start getting more pieces out on the board.
Uh-huh. All right, that's pretty cool. So about how long does this take?
One round, I would say between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay, so you're looking at about 15-20 minute game altogether?
Yeah, depending on if you go to 3 rounds, maybe it'll be a little bit longer.
Okay, all right.
But sometimes you can knock out a win really fast. A lot of really fun moments have happened when, somebody has a situation like this and you have the assassin. And they're like, oh, you're going to go to B, I got to protect B.
Yeah.
Nope, I win actually.
Yeah, that's
Bam.
cool. Right. Yeah, that's cool. All right. So you said that this is on Kickstarter right now, but I believe you already mentioned it's already funded?
It's already funded, yes. The base game is $14.
Okay.
We have some other levels in there too, of course.
Okay.
Those levels include our other previously published games. We're a new company, just about a year old. Mm-hmm. Our other previously published games are Stroop and Unreal Estate.
Okay. You want to talk about those for a little bit? We can move these?
Sure, yeah.
All right.
Stroop is kind of the quickest to set up, so I can pull that out and show you the rules and everything, or give you a little bit of rundown of how it works.
Okay.
But yeah, both of these also you could add in the Kickstarter if you wanted to.
All right.
For people in North America.
Okay.
So in this game, it's a game of speed.
Right.
And let's see, okay, this is a good example right here on top, where you're battling the Stroop effect. So the Stroop effect is that mental hiccup you have when you see this card and I ask you, what color are the words on this card?
Red.
No.
Right. That's blue.
those words
what
are blue.
What was I thinking?
Right, exactly. So it's played over 2 rounds where the rules are different each round. In the first round, I have to read that card and play a card that is described by this word.
Okay.
And I say that, yellow.
All right.
Now the rule has changed. I have to play a yellow card, etc.
Right.
And you play, the object of the game is to get rid of the most all of your cards, or as close to all of your cards as possible.
Right.
If you don't have a card you can play, you say stop, and everybody else has to stop. If you show your cards and you actually could have played, you have to stop, and everybody else keeps going.
Okay.
So you want to be careful with that.
All right.
Now, in the second round, the rules are turned on their head, and I have to look at this card and describe it. Now, there's 4 different attributes in this game.
Mm-hmm.
There are cards that are hollow and solid.
Yes.
There are cards that are big and little. Big and little, uppercase, lowercase.
Right.
And there are different number of letters. So 4, 5, 6, and 3.
Okay.
So.
I think I just got turned on my head.
All right. So now I have to look at this card and play a card that describes it.
All right.
For example, let's see if I have one here. It is...
Would the yellow letters match?
It needs to say red.
Okay.
Now it needs to say 3.
Because red has 3 letters.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Etc. So I need to look for a card in my hand that works for that. And I'm kind of coming up short here. But
so
anyway,
what
that's
is it?
how it works.
Okay, that's...
For hollow, if I could find that word.
I can safely assume I would be absolute rubbish at this game. But it looks like this would be a fun game for people whose minds work well in that situation.
Yes,
and it would be a good challenge for other people who they don't. Yeah.
I think it's good for people who enjoy laughing at themselves.
Right? Exactly.
Which I do. So anyway, and also, if you get really used to this, also with the Stroop effect, just the color Stroop effect, you can squint and make it so you can't read the word or not focus on the word.
Okay.
But you can't do that in this game because you actually there's more than color going on.
Right.
And if you get used to all of those attributes, you can start doing the backwards forwards cards.
Oh my goodness. No. No.
Save me.
If I was rubbish at the other version, this would make me go into a coma or something like that.
Right, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
That's why it's the advanced game. We have different colors on the back, so they're easy to sort out.
I want to fix all of those cards. That's how I feel. Because that's just not right.
They need to be edited.
Yes,
edited
they do.
out. Yeah.
Yes. All right, that's cool. So that's Stroop.
That's Stroop.
All right, from the Grand Gamers Guild. And you have one more you want to show us, Unreal
Yes,
Estate?
I can go over it quickly.
Or just talk about it, maybe?
It takes just a little bit of setup, so I don't want to take too much time with that. But
okay.
I can show you the cards. The artwork in this game is gorgeous. It's one of the great draws of the game. And it's brand new and just open for you, so.
I'm going to let you do that. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so we've got the rules.
All right.
We've got a score track here. Just the object of the game is to get the highest score.
Okay.
Right? We have promo cards that we're giving away here at Origins, or at any convention we'll give them away.
Okay.
While supplies last, so that's one of those. But this is a mini expansion that we sell at conventions called Gothic Estate.
Okay.
So, but it fits right in the box once you buy it.
Yeah.
So it just comes in a little baggie.
So what are you basically doing here?
In this game, you're scoring points off of the scrap. So you'll have a scrap pile set up with some different cards in them. The same cards get stacked together.
Okay.
From your hand, you can only score cards that are out in the scrap. You also have a proposal board that you draft from. It always has 5 cards in it.
Okay.
So I'll just grab some different cards to put out here.
So you're drafting cards for set collection and scoring points off those sets?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
But when you score the points, you steal the ability to score the points.
Oh.
And the tricky thing about this game, too, is the way you calculate your score. So if I had these 2 cards in my hand, and this card is in the scrap,
yeah,
I could score. I would add the value of these cards together. So it'd be 16.
Yeah.
There's 1 card in the scrap.
Okay.
So I would multiply it by 1, and I'd get 16 points.
Okay.
If this card were in the scrap too, I'd multiply it by 2.
32.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's how the scoring works. Anything that we don't take from the proposal board moves to the scrap. So that's how it gets bigger.
Is this number down at the bottom the number of cards that are there?
Yes. So this is less rare. Like this is more rare than this card.
Yeah, understood.
So,
right.
and then we also have special cards that break the rules. You shuffle 6 of them in every time, so there's a lot of different buildings and art in this game.
Okay.
And
cool.
every time you play, it's a little different. That's what Gothic Estate is.
Uh-huh.
It's 4 more of these special cards that are all vampire, werewolf, that sort of thing, and 1 extra card called the Haunted Caravan that adds a different rule about having to give up a card when you score.
Okay, cool. So drafting, set collection, scoring points with really neat looking artwork on it, actually.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
you.
So that's cool. Well, thank you so much, Ophelia, for stopping by. And we're going to send Ophelia over to the Q&A so that you guys can ask her some questions, and then we'll have some more after that. So stay tuned.
Thank you.
Okay, let me find you, Michael. He's right over here. Have a seat over here in the green room.
What are you doing?
All right.
Whoa, Joe. You're like,
How you doing, Mike? Hey.
Hi everybody, welcome to the Q&A. Here you go, that's for you, my mysterious friend.
Okay.
I think literally almost every question I've had has been about who is the mysterious stranger behind the mask. Have you been wearing this thing the whole convention?
Well, not in the evening,
Well,
but
okay,
while I'm in the
sure.
booth, yeah.
While you're here.
Right.
You have kept the whole secret identity thing
Right, yeah.
intact.
I can't let people know who I am.
Okay, got it. She's committed, folks, all right?
Wow.
Let's talk a little bit about the future of the company. You've shown those. We got to see them at Gamma, actually. A couple of them.
Two of them, yeah.
Two of them.
Yeah, I think.
And you've got the other one now. The company, as you said, is a fairly new company.
Mm-hmm.
What's the plan here long term? What's coming up? And again, if it's a question you don't know anything about, don't worry about it. That's fine. But what's on the horizon for the company?
Well, okay, so something interesting that I can say about Grand Gamers Guild is that you'll notice that all of our games are small so far.
Mm-hmm.
But the company is new, so the reason they're small is so that we can learn the publishing process.
Interesting.
So not all of our games will be tiny like this. That's not necessarily the brand promise, right?
Okay.
So the next game that we're looking to publish it has a working title of Colonies of Venus. That particular game I can't speak to too much. I haven't play tested that one yet.
Okay.
That's been a new addition to our plans.
Okay.
And then we have another game that should be the next one after that for Kickstarter called Endangered, which I have play tested. And that's a cooperative game where you'll be trying to save an endangered species.
Interesting.
With
Very
lots
neat.
of tricky gotchas. I play tested it actually at an event before it was picked up by Grand Gamers Guild, and it was nail biter to the finish. You know, we wanted to save those condors. So anyway.
So do you you are with the company? You work for the company?
I am a consultant for the company.
Okay,
yes.
got it.
I'm the digital marketer.
Oh, you are? Okay,
Yes.
interesting. Is the company looking at doing digital versions of these games? Is that something that has been spoken about at all?
We were approached by a company called Afterthought Games asking for rights to do app versions of our games.
Mm-hmm.
And actually right now, Unreal Estate has been built as an app,
Ooh, cool.
and it was put on Steam Greenlight, and I think I just heard the news that it's been accepted to Steam Greenlight, so it'll be on Steam.
Very cool.
It may be for sale in the next couple of days. I haven't heard the latest update on sales for that. We're also talking to them about doing Stroop as a digital game, but they needed to get done with Unreal
And that one
Estate
definitely
first.
seems like it would go over well into a digital adaptation for,
Yeah, well,
to be able to play it
Have you heard of Lumosity?
on the app. Of what?
Of Lumosity? It's a service you can buy to help you train your brain.
Yes,
And it
I
has
know what that
similar
is.
things
Yes, I've
to
done
Stroop.
it. Yeah.
It has tests that use the Stroop effect. But so I think that certain things about the app version, I'm not sure what it's going to look like. It might not be cards as much as just seeing the word.
Right.
We'll see how it turns out.
Right, cool.
But
That's
no
good.
development on that yet. But
That's
yeah.
interesting news, though, about the Unreal Estate being available possibly as on Steam soon, because it's a good way for you folks out there to get your hands on it, try it out,
Right, see if you like it.
and see if you like it. You want to pick up the physical copy. You want to check out some of the other games coming out from the company. It's great. I actually just saw a comment go by that says this is a company to keep an eye out for, and I think I agree. You guys are doing really interesting little games, and the philosophy behind growing how you do things and learning and getting better, I think, is a smart one. So
Thank you.
it's very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're definitely looking to add some surprise to our games, some mystery.
I think you've got that covered. At least for the interview side of things, I think you've got that nailed. Yeah. All right, cool. Good talking to you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll let you go. Go be mysterious elsewhere.
You're all set. Yeah, I'm curious.
Hey everyone, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Origins Summer Preview here at the Origins Game Fair in Columbus, Ohio. You're watching the Dice Tower. I'm Sam. This is Chris O'Neill from Brotherwise Games. Thanks for coming around.
Hi, Sam.
And showing us. He's going to show us Unearth. Reclaim, rebuild, remember.
Yeah.
So take it away.
So Unearth, we're going to be launching at Gen Con. We're doing demos here at Origins for anybody who wants to stop by booth 535. We're also running a pre-order campaign right now at brotherwisegames.com/unearth. You can get the game there, and we'll deliver it to you even before the Gen Con launch.
Ooh.
So Unearth is a game of rebuilding and remembrance and reclamation. You play these little delvers, and the delvers are represented by your 5 dice that you have.
Okay.
You have your little gatherer, who's your 4-sided dice. You have your big overseer, who's your 8-sided die, and you have your 3 grunts.
So each of these dice is good at something different, because in Unearth, what you're trying to do is explore and reclaim these lost ruins, these lost cities that you have here.
Okay.
So the lost cities come in 5 different flavors. You've got desert, cavern, mountain, island, and forest. All of them are valuable because the name of the game is you're trying to get the most of a card within a certain color set.
Okay.
To get it, if you claim a singleton of one color, that's worth 2 points. If you claim 5 of the same color, that's worth 30 points.
Whoa, wow.
So, claiming cards is every turn you're going to pick a die. In this case, I'm going to pick my Overseer, and I'm going to roll it on this card here, and let's say I rolled an 8.
Okay.
Now, when the total, each person's going to get to go around and do that in a turn, and when the total value of all the dice on that card meets or beats its claim value, which is this number up here on top, the high value is going to claim that card. So in this very simple scenario, my Overseer would have claimed this card.
Okay.
Now it's not as simple as that, because for every die that you have on a card that you lose, you get one of these Delver cards, and Delver cards let you bend your luck. So for instance, we have Delver cards that let you re-roll your main roll.
Okay.
We have Delver cards that let you give -2 or +2 to a die that's already on a card to make it easier or harder for you to get it.
Okay.
We have cards which let you affect other people's dice and affect their rolls. So we call it bend your luck because while the game is very much based on the roll of the die, you as a player have a lot of control over how your luck is going to run.
So can these cards be played on somebody else's turn as
They
like a
cannot.
react?
They can only be played on your turn. So you've got to think and plan ahead about how you want to do that.
Okay.
Now let's say you're not rolling the way you want to, you're not rolling as high. That's okay, because every time you roll a 1, 2, or 3 on a die, you get to claim one of these stones and you get to add it to your tableau. So in this case here, let's say I rolled a 2 on that mountain there. I claimed a stone and I was able to finish my first stone ring. Stone rings are built out of the stones. That would let me claim this College of the Overseers there, Wonder, and put that in there.
Okay.
So at the same time I'm trying to reclaim runes and sort of recover my civilization, I'm also reclaiming stones to rebuild these lost wonders.
Okay, and so these have like different point values and stuff like that?
They do. Some of them purely grant points, some of them grant abilities. This College of the Overseers that I just built allows you to give your Overseer +1 whenever you roll it.
Oh,
so
okay.
if I roll a 1 here,
a 2.
I can turn it into a 2.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Okay.
And all the wonders have different powers. There's 15 different wonders in the game. You only play with a subset of them at any time, so you've got a lot of replayability there.
Okay.
At the end of every game, the last card that comes up is this End of Age card.
Okay.
That'll come up when there's about 4 or 5 ruins left on the board.
Okay.
And it will affect the game in some way. The Festival of Reclamation means that all dice rolled for the rest of the game get +1, making it easier to claim ruins. Another one is the Day of Rest. Everyone would grab 3 Delver cards. Then there's the City of Gold, which is a mega ruin. It's worth 7 points alone if you get that one.
Wow.
But it's got a huge claim value and is very hard to claim.
Okay, and these are point values down at the bottom, or no? What is that?
That actually just represents the number of stones that we would put on that card when it came out.
At the beginning.
So
I got you.
the City of Gold is a big, big ruin. It gets a lot of stones.
Understood. All right, so that's cool. So what is the player count here? How many
Game
are we
plays
looking
from
at?
2 to 4 right now, where the designers are Matthew Ransom and Jason Harner, some guys that we were very lucky to work with. This is their first game. They're now working, in addition to some other games, they're working on expansion for this one for 5 to 6 players.
Okay, all right, so 2 to 4 to begin with, 5 to 6 later on in the future possibly.
Absolutely.
Okay, and about how long does it take?
So a 2-player game can be done in as little as 15 or 20 minutes once you know what you're doing. A 4-player game is always finishable in under an hour. Generally, you're looking at more like 45 minutes for a 4-player game.
Okay, all right. So I imagine that since you have the bag here, these gems will come out randomly, of course.
They do. They come out randomly. And in fact, if you roll a 1, 2, or 3 on an empty ruin, you'll still get a stone. You'll draw it blind out of the bag.
Okay, great. All right, well, super. Now you said you're doing a pre-order scheme on this one. Not scheme, but
campaign.
Campaign. That's correct. Yeah. So
we're always scheming, though. There's always something
bad word. I didn't
always
mean that.
Something up.
So you're not doing Kickstarter like everybody else is.
No, we're not.
Is there a reason for that?
Well, no, we love Kickstarter.
Okay.
Our initial success with Boss Monster, which was our first game, which everybody probably knows us from, that was done being Kickstarter, and we love those guys. We will likely return to Kickstarter in the future.
Okay.
But we felt for this one, one is we wanted to take care of our retail customers.
Okay.
We know that while we think Kickstarters are a good thing for them, for some folks it can sap away a little bit of that initial market.
Gotcha.
So that's one of the reasons. The other was just timing, in the sense that with some upcoming projects, doing this in-house was very doable and seemed like the best move.
All right.
And we're really happy with how it came out. The pre-order campaign, which again is at brotherwisegames.com/unearth, you'll get the game for $5 off MSRP. You'll get 4 exclusive cards, 2 exclusive end-of-age cards, and 2 exclusive wonders. And you'll also get it shipped free of charge domestically and at a reduced price internationally. And we're going to be shipping those before its Gen Con launch.
All right, cool. So what's the MSRP on this anyway?
MSRP is $34.95.
$34.95, that's not a bad price anyway.
It's not. You get a lot in the box. It's got a great insert. We're really happy with how the whole thing came out, and we think players will be too.
All right, very good. Well, thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate it.
Nice to see you.
For coming by. And I think what we're going to do here is send you over to the Q&A table, where Z is going to ask you some more questions from our watchers.
All right.
So, for you guys, we'll see you over there. Stay tuned.
Hi everybody, welcome to the Q&A table. All right, we're gonna throw some questions at Chris here.
Excellent.
From the viewers. So we've got, are there any pre-order exclusives? But you kind of covered that. They get some extra cards.
Two exclusive end-of-age cards and 2 exclusive wonders. I should point out, for those of you that can't do the pre-order or for whatever reason don't get on it, we'll have the same deal at the Gen Con launch. Okay. So if you're at Gen Con, you'll also be able to take advantage of that.
Got it. Excellent. And they still get the $5 off.
They'll still, at Gen Con, it'll be on sale for $30, or whatever, $29.95.
Sure.
And free shipping because you'll be carrying it home. That's the only downside. It'll be in your big bag of games, and good luck with that.
Okay, cool. People were asking if there is any chance that you'll be showing a video demonstrating a playthrough somewhere.
Absolutely. So if you go to the pre-order page, we've almost got it up there. We're working on, we had some website hiccups, as people know, yesterday, but we actually have a playthrough with Ivan Van Norman, who many folks know from Geek and Sundry and from other projects.
Okay.
We did a playthrough with Ivan. You can see who won that game. That should be up later tonight, we're hoping.
Okay.
If not tonight, then tomorrow.
Very soon you can check that out.
Absolutely.
And get an idea. Somebody was asking for a turn structure, but we're not going to go into that then. Just check out that video. It'll be up real soon.
You'll see that. And there's also the rule book online.
Okay, perfect. That's available right now already?
Yep,
then?
you can get the PDF of that to check it out.
Okay, so check that out. Okay, someone was asking, what's the significance of the different colored stones in the game?
That's a great question, whoever caught that one. So the stones there's 4 different colored stones, and the main significance of that is that each of those wonders, which you may or may not have been able to see on screen, has a different formula. So it takes 6 stones to build a wonder, but some stones require 3 blue and 3 of anything else.
Got it.
Some wonders require 6 of all the same color.
Gotcha.
So that's an additional strategic element to the game, and it's really one of the ways we say there's multiple paths to victory, and you're bending your luck. You're not being constrained by your luck. If you're rolling low, you're targeting those stones and trying to get the ones that fit the formulas that you're going after.
Sure. And so if you're trying to get one that needs all 6 of the same color, that might be worth more victory points.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's called a greater wonder. Thanks for asking. And those are worth between 6 and 8 points, as opposed to a lesser wonder, which you can build with any set of stones, which is just worth between 2 and 4 points. And that can be the real game breaker there. That, you know, that can be a lot of a big enough difference to sway the game.
Interesting. Someone was asking if the cards would fit back in the box if they were sleeved.
Oh, I love that question too. Absolutely, we sized all the wells in the box to fit sleeved cards. It's not up there yet, but we'll have sleeving guidance on the webpage, the size sleeves you need sometime soon. The only downside, you know, it looks very cool. There's 3 different card types. There's tarot sized, Euro poker sized, and mini sized. So you'll be getting 3 different sleeve packs to sleeve it.
Okay.
But it'll all fit in there. It'll fit the dice, and we even sized it to fit the future expansions. So you'll be able to get everything in there.
Okay, nice, very cool. Someone asked if there was any chance for a solitaire variant.
A solitaire variant. Whoever asked that, I have every faith in the watchers of Dice Tower that one of you will come up with this and post it somewhere. We don't have it yet.
That's how you do it, folks.
But we
Throw
will
it back to you.
There we go. We've been amazed at the number of variants and house rules of boss monster that have been thrown at us. A lot of them really terrific, and we're sure the same thing will happen here.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. Any boss monster expansions in the works?
Yeah, actually we're launching Implements of Destruction here at Origins. It's a new items expansion. It's got 24 new item cards, including items for the 5 to 6 player expansion, if you're playing with a bigger group. And it's got 5 all new bosses with item related level up powers. So for our boss monster fans at Origins, grab it at our booth. For those of you who aren't here, it should be in stores next week.
And where is your booth in case someone's watching and they're here? What's the number of the booth?
We are 535.
535 if you happen to be watching and you're here. Just one last thing, drop that website address on everyone again so they can find you and get their hands on Unearth.
Absolutely. Just go to brotherwisegames.com. That's all one word, /Unearth, the title of the game, right there.
There you go. Unearth, not unearthed. No ED at the end of that, folks. It's Unearthed.
That's right.
Check that out. Very cool. Good talking to you.
Thanks so much,
Appreciate
guys.
all the good answers.
Great
you are
to be
one
here.
prepared man, I'll tell you. You've got this. All right. Awesome,
Thanks so
man.
much,
Yeah, you
man.
got it. You got it. Thanks, everybody.
Because that's it, man.
Hey folks, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Origins Game Fair. This is the summer preview. You're watching the Dice Tower. My name is Sam, and I'm here with Clay Ross from Capstone Games.
Hey,
nice
man.
to meet you, and nice to have you here. You're showing off Lignum, which is, he just told me, I'm not this smart. He just told me that is Latin for wood.
Yes.
So this is the lumberjack game. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Yes.
If you've had a fascination with being a lumberjack, boom, we got you covered.
This is it. All right. So show us what it's all about.
Yeah, so it's more of a medium heavy to a heavy style game.
Mm-hmm.
You own a sawmill, and this can play up to 4 players. So this is your little sawmill here.
Okay.
And what you're going to do is you're going to be traveling along this supply path on your way to the forest to cut down wood. You're going to cut it down. You need to ship it over to your sawmill. Then you can cut it up. You can dry your wood. You can sell it. You can store it for winter. You can do a lot of stuff with it.
Right.
And there's different types of wood to get as well.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's pretty intricate, but it's really nice because you got this nice little stroll down the supply path, picking up little resources like some saws. I want to get a raft. Maybe I want to hire some guys along the way and do certain things. So
You can almost see the lumberjacks walking down the path with their beards and their
with the axe over the
axe
shoulder,
over
just
the
walking.
hey, yeah, that type of thing. All right, cool.
Yeah. So you're going to play over 2 years. The first 3 seasons play the same. Winter's different. It's really cold out. Nobody really wants to go outside and chop down some trees. So winter's real quick.
All right.
But winter you have to have a certain amount of food and wood that you've stored up to heat yourself and feed yourself. And these cards will tell you, there's a ton of them in the game, but for example, this one you need 6 food and 5 wood for the winter. So
all right.
It's a pretty, it's a tough task to hit, but
yeah, okay.
You gotta do what you gotta do. So, but yeah, you're gonna travel along this path, and as you go, you can stop anywhere you want, and you get, in this case, I'd get $1 in my pile.
Okay.
You can never go backwards. You always have to go forward.
Okay.
So, one of the most, let's just talk. So these guys, they cut down the wood at the forest. And these represent the wood that's available.
Okay.
So let's say you had 2 of these guys, and before you start this journey, you're going to pick which area of the 6 areas do you want to go cut some wood.
Okay.
So let's say I pick this one right here. So I know I'm going there. I know there's 3 pieces of wood available.
Right.
So I'm going to plan for that along this path. So let's pretend I got 2 workers or whatever to cut down. These are wood cutters, so they'll cut wood. What they do is, when we go, after you're done with the supply path, you actually start this whole phase of cutting, transporting it, sawing it, selling it, and all that. So when you cut, you spend your brown workers that you've hired.
Okay.
And you can cut as many wood as you discarded. So I'll take these 2.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it does not go to your sawmill. It just goes in a giant pile of wood.
It's got to be driven down the river.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a method of transport. Yeah. So now you can't go backwards, but so let's say I also had these are bearers. These are the big dudes that carry the wood from the wood pile to your sawmill.
Okay.
And there's 3 different ways they can do it. You can do a river. You can use a wagon if you've managed to get this equipment.
Okay.
Or you can do the old-fashioned way, and you spend a bearer, and he'll take over 1 piece of wood.
So they're just hefting it.
Oh yeah, it's a long haul too, man.
Okay.
So once it gets to your sawmill, you got to determine, okay, do I want to sell this piece of wood, or do I want to saw it and cut it up into little smaller sticks that are worth more money?
Okay, cool.
Once you determine that, it's locked in. No take backsies. So let's pretend we're going to saw this up. Well, let's pretend we're doing this type of wood, okay?
Okay.
So later on in the path, you'd manage to get a sawyer, and he needs a saw to cut it up too.
That's what they're called? They're called sawyers?
Sawyers, yes.
So, okay. You learn something new every day.
Hey, it's educational.
There you go.
So, and this is going along the phase track too. So we have finished this, and I'm just kind of demonstrating where you go to get
Understood.
this stuff.
Where do you get those different guys? Yeah, I understand.
So during the sawing phase, you can spend a gray guy and 1 saw. If you had more combinations, then you could do more pieces of wood, but it's a 1-for-1 deal. So this guy can cut 1 piece of wood, and you look at this table here, depending on what wood you have.
So that will give you 4.
Yeah. So let's pretend
pieces.
this is 4.
Yeah.
Whatever. Right. So after it's sawed, you got to determine: do I want to put this in firewood storage? Because remember,
for the winter,
you need some, or do I need to sell it because I'm short on money?
Okay.
Money's very tight in this game.
Right.
So let's pretend we need some money, so we're going to sell it.
Do you have to do the whole batch, or can you split it up?
No, I can split it up. Like that.
Cool.
So then this guy would be used, the saw would go away, and he goes away.
Okay.
And then we progress. You can fulfill some contracts along the way, and that gives you some in-game scoring.
Okay.
We haven't even talked about in-game. In-game is all about money.
Yeah.
Whoever has the most money wins.
Is the winner.
Yes.
Okay.
So these give you more money by fulfilling contracts. After you sell, whatever you don't sell in this area, this is your selling area, is going to dry. You're going to dry it. And as you dry it, its value is increased. In this case, it's a value of +1 for the sale and +2 for the sale.
All right.
And your dollars that you get for the types of wood you have are right here.
Right there on the board. Okay. Yep. So it looks like you got 2 years?
2 years to do this.
2 years so that's going to amount to what, 8 rounds?
8 rounds, but these winter ones are real fast.
Yeah.
You're not going around there. You're just like, you do one action and then you pay your goods.
Correct. So it's really 6 rounds with a couple extra in between rounds there.
So there's 2 things left I want to just mention. Everybody has a a worker of their color. This is like a wild, and he's available every single round or season.
So he can do whatever.
Yes.
But you have to choose.
Yeah. So it's the way it's laid out is like, as you're going down this path, you get to the bearers. These guys are going to transport wood from your wood pile to your sawmill, but you haven't even cut wood yet. So you're like, so you have to. It's all this like planning for making sure everything's in the row.
Right.
The planning is then enhanced by one space, and this is what's cool about this game. You as the player determine how complex this game is.
Okay.
So you can skip any space you want on here, right? This plan work section here is the crux of the game. It is so beautiful how it works. There's going to be a certain amount of these cards available to you. And what you're going to do is, let's pretend it's spring on the first year. And let's say I want to plan to do this super awesome bonus 1, 2, or 3 seasons from now.
Okay.
So I'm going to do this bonus action 2 seasons from now. So I put my 2 down, and 2 seasons from the spring is fall. So now when we get to fall, I'll know, oh yeah, I can do this awesome thing.
Okay.
And this card specifically is, going back to that sawyer plus saw, now he can cut 2 pieces of wood at the same time.
Okay, that's cool.
So you can build up and do these super awesome combos.
All right, so about how long is this?
2 hours.
2 hours altogether. Yeah. It's pretty heavy, pretty involved though.
Yes.
I mean, it does have Heavy Cardboard's endorsement.
Yeah, so
they pretty much know what they're talking about as far as heavy games are concerned. So you can go on their recommendation. So when is this going to be available?
I actually have to go to Dayton to pick it up at the warehouse to bring it back to the show for tomorrow.
All right.
But we're doing pre-orders next week, and we're going to ship it out to everybody in the United States for free.
Okay.
It's a $70 price tag. It will be available at retailers probably the end of July.
Okay.
So if you want it, there's only a 2-week window for pre-orders, and that's starting next week.
All right, so that is Lignum from Capstone Games. And you've got one other one that you wanted to show us real quick, and that is the Climbers. Yeah, just slide that forward.
Just real quick. So the Climbers is part of our new line, Simply Complex.
Simply Complex.
Yes.
I see what you did there.
So this is very, very prototype form here. This is not anywhere near production quality.
All right, all right.
But essentially what this is a big mound of blocks.
Simple.
Yeah, it's very
complex.
But complex. So
ladders. I see ladders.
Yeah, the ladders are the fun part. So you're going to have all these blocks on the table in a big pile, like a structure. Okay. So there's a couple different sizes.
Built before the game begins, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're going to pick a color, and I'll be teal.
I'll be red.
So you're going to get red, and then you get a blocking stone. Everybody gets a ladder. You get a short ladder.
Hey, why do I get a short ladder?
And a long ladder.
Oh!
Bonus time.
Yes.
So there's your long ladder.
These are awesome, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. So everybody, that's your starting pieces. And again, remember this is going to be all of these wooden pieces stacked up. So
it's going to be huge.
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 So what your guy can do, or what you're supposed to do, is climb up to the highest level possible. Then when everybody passes, whoever's at the highest is the winner. Okay. So what you do is you can climb up, you can pick one block on your turn, any block you want that doesn't have a piece on it already, orient it any way you want, and just make sure you got to put it back inside the structure somehow. Okay. So I've done that, and I climb up there. All right. You can only touch the surface that matches your color, or the neutral surface. Okay. So to climb larger distances, you would need a long ladder. And once you use your ladder, pretend this is whatever. Sure. Let's say it's a legal move. Your ladder goes away. Okay. And if you
so these are one-time use.
Yeah, they're one-time use. Okay. And the blocking stone is now the blocking. Let's say I was down here. The blocking stone. Nobody can move this block until it comes back to my turn, or even step on it.
Oh, okay. So you could use. Now, does the ladder have to reach above, like that?
Yes. Okay. So the ladder could not do that.
Okay.
You'd have to use your long ladder for that
to get
one.
that. Yes. Okay, so it has to go above the threshold.
Yeah. Your guy can climb up. If he can see over the edge, he can climb up without use.
Okay. So, he can reach up. All right. What was the in-game condition again?
Whoever's the highest when everybody passes, because there's going to be a point when
you can't move because you can't stand on that space or what have you.
And so you're like, I'll move a block, but I can't move up, so that's considered a pass.
Neat.
So
neat. All right, so that is the Climbers from the new Simply Complex line from Capstone Games. All right, well, thanks so much for stopping by.
I
appreciate it, man. And we're going to send Clay over to the Q&A table in just a few moments, so stay tuned.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
She's getting ready to leave, and I'm the only one. She looked like I had somebody ask me. Oh, you got the. Oh, okay. I see. Somebody was asking, are you guys here from this way? Yeah. Okay.
Can you do this Q&A shift? Can you do my Q&A shift? No. I mean, I do, but I'm being pulled in multiple directions. Can you do this next from... So was I. And then I'll come back and relieve you.
Attention exhibitors, if you have vouchers and you want payouts, please come to exhibit HQ at the front of the hall. If you have vouchers and you want payouts, please come to exhibit HQ at the front of the hall. Thank you.
How you doing? It's Rob here with Clay from Capstone Games. Welcome, my friend. How's it going, my brother?
Good, man.
All right, we got a couple questions for you real quick. How big will the final product be for
Lignum?
Lignum, excuse me.
How big will it be?
Yeah, is that the actual size it's going to be?
Yeah, that's the production quality.
Okay, so that's the final art and everything like that?
Absolutely.
Do you have expansions in the work for it?
For Lignum?
Yeah.
If it sells well, let me drop. Man, these guys ask questions.
Well,
they're
hey,
not afraid.
they're not afraid of nothing.
Lignum, I would like to do a 5-player map.
A 5-player
map.
map.
It's only built for 4 players, so we want to.
That was a question. Is it 1 to 4, 2 to 4?
It's 2 to 4.
2 to 4.
And it's double-sided because we included an expansion, and that's a game with a path around it. And it has a certain amount of locations, so we added 2 locations, and the only way we really wanted to do it was by printing a brand new map, so we put it on the other side.
Gotcha.
So for 5 players, we'd have to do a new map to accommodate 5 pieces moving around that board. So
gotcha.
It would be nice, but we'll look at it. So
all right.
No guarantees.
And will this hit Europe as well as the United States?
Yes, it will be throughout Europe.
Awesome. And let me see if I missed anything else.
It should be in Europe probably in July as well. This will hit retailers in the end of July.
Oh, perfect.
About the same time.
And what was the price point again?
Price point for Lignum is $70.
$70?
Yes.
$70. I don't know what that is in Europe, so I'm not even going to try.
Just multiply by 0.88 or something.
What they also wanted to know was what is the difference between the first edition?
Oh my gosh,
lots of things.
That's a big question. Because the card quality is linen finish. You'll notice the original had flimsy paper cards. We updated the artwork a lot, made it consistent and flow naturally. We added the expansion, an extra player board, more wooden pieces, more cards, changed some of the meeples in the original were not Carcassonne meeples. It was an off-brand style. So we put Carcassonne style meeples in there, the one that you're familiar with. So That's off the top of my head. Oh yeah, the other big thing is the original had 3 modes of play. So we just put in one mode of play with everything thrown in there, the way it was originally intended to be played.
Okay. All right. Looks like we got it all.
Yeah.
You did it. You made it through. You survived.
Another day.
I mean, how good is that?
I can go sleep now.
Clay from Capstone Games. Make sure you check out his game in August, correct?
Yes.
And don't forget the climbers as well.
Yes, that's
hey,
coming out.
We got some more things going on, and we're going to send it over there.
Thanks, Rob.
Hey.
Hello and welcome back to Columbus for the Dice Tower's coverage of Origins 2017. I'm Eric Summerer here with Chris Leader from Calliope Games. Chris, it's wonderful to see you again.
It's always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
When our paths meet, Eric.
Indeed. So this is a word game that you say anybody can win.
Yes.
How is that possible, sir? Explain yourself.
First, please, don't leave if you don't like word games.
Okay.
Some people hate them.
Yeah.
And what I like to say is this is the word game for people who hate word games.
That is quite the claim.
I'm going to live right up to it.
Okay,
all
well,
right?
explain how.
All right, so Wordoku is a combination crossword puzzle and Sudoku. You're looking to make words across and down like in a crossword puzzle.
I'm living the newspaper.
You are, yes, the newspaper, the fastest growing media in the world. And
yes.
we chained our wagon to that, and we are going to ride it all the way.
It's got nowhere to go but up.
All right. So,
the game we have in front of us.
So, the way it's going to work is everyone is going to grab 16 tiles. They're going to grab 4 with each of these symbols at the bottom. There's stars, there's squares, there's clovers, there's circles. It's much like a Lucky Charms of board games here.
Just about.
So, they're going to take these, they're going to put them in front of them, and then they're going to have 5 minutes per round, 3 rounds in the game, 5 minutes to arrange these into a 4x4 grid, making words across and down of 2, 3, and 4 letters.
Okay.
So let's say I start the clock. We've got 5 minutes to go. I'm flipping
all
all of these over. I'm taking a look and seeing what's there. Now I can start to put words together. Like I've got, let's see, K-I-N-G. So I've got king right here. And maybe I put, let's see, I don't know. I got some different things in here. I could put just the word go, I guess, right here. It's a junky word. I'm sure there's better things I could do. I could even put sun this way. And it doesn't have to work all the way down. This is kasun. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter going this way. But I do have a 3-letter word here. So as I fill these letters in, knit. I could look that up. I'm not sure if knit.
No, knit is there's
a knit.
There.
Is that all right? So that's good. So let's say when I finish all of this up, I've done a much better job than I did right here. But let's say I put all of these things together, and I've got these things. Now at the end of those 5 minutes, you score your words across and down. So I've got king. It's worth 1 point per letter. However, because I was able to balance the 4 symbols across this row,
like a Sudoku puzzle.
Like a Sudoku, I doubled the score of that word. It is now an 8-point word, king.
Okay.
Now, sun going down here is a 3-letter word. It's 1, 2, 3. Because I have 2 stars, I didn't balance it, so it's only worth 3.
Gotcha.
So when you score all of yours across, down. There's no diagonals, no backwards, any of that. Just like crossword, it's across and down.
Okay.
So I'm going to go each one. I'm going to score anything that I might have. 1 word per row and column, and I'll double it if that area has the balanced symbols.
All right.
So far, okay, we got this. And it's 4-letter words. People are like, all right, this is all right, but I know there's going to be someone who really knows words who's going to kick my butt. That can happen.
Yeah.
So on this score sheet here, you'll write down your little score, and you'll see what you came up with. Whoever has the highest score is going to win one of these victor tokens. They've won the round.
Okay.
Hooray, good for them.
Yeah.
Second round, same thing. We set this thing up the way we want. When it's over, again, someone's going to win. Maybe you won this time.
I
won
did.
the first time.
It's possible. It
but
could
let's
happen.
say, I know, once in a while.
Occasionally.
But if your score is better than it was in the first round, you also win an improvement marker.
Ooh.
So let's say in that first round, I had an amazing score. I had 45 points, which is huge.
That's crazy.
And I got this. And you didn't win that first round. But the second round, you won.
Yep.
You had 30 and I only had 20. but maybe you improved your score from the first round. You only had 15 the first round. You had 25 the second round. You improved. You get an improvement token.
And now I'm winning.
Now, I didn't win, right? I didn't win the round, and I didn't improve. Third round, maybe I win the third round, but you improve again.
Okay.
At the end of 3 rounds, whoever has the most tokens wins the game. It's
most
not about
tokens,
the score.
Period.
That's
so
it.
These are worth the same.
They're worth the same.
Oh.
So that's what's interesting about Wordoku. There's personal improvement goals.
Okay.
So that means that as long as you can maybe pull out 1 round, and as long as you improve from round to round to round, you can actually win a word game no matter who you are.
All right.
That's Wordoku.
There we go. How soon can we see this?
This is available now.
Okay.
So you can pick this up in all fine stores everywhere.
All fine. If they don't have it, they're not fine.
I didn't say that. I did. I mean, you're finer if you have Wordoku, but you know.
Wordoku. What else do we have to check out?
We have a game.
I'm just
called,
sending stuff over here.
Yes. Now, I'm going to tell you right now. This is my wonderful friend Bill is bringing over a game.
Da, 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 da. This looks pretty.
Okay, so this is not a finished game.
Okay.
This is a game that is coming out right around Gen Con.
Okay.
If everything goes according to plan, perhaps Gen Con, it might be just after. This is Ancestry by Eric M. Lang.
I know that guy.
He's an up-and-coming designer. He's rising.
A rising star in the world of board games.
Rising star, yes. So the way that this game works, it's a drafting game.
Yep.
All right, so I have a better family than you, Eric.
Dude,
and I'm gonna prove it for sure.
Okay.
So in this game, we are sitting in the historical archives.
Okay.
We are researching our families. We are uncovering our family tree.
Competitive ancestry.
That's exactly what it is. So what'll happen is every round you will have 6 tiles each. I believe I gave you 6 there.
Yep.
And you will draft. So you look at your tiles, and then you place them. So we choose one, put it down, pass the rest.
Okay.
And then once we've picked, we reveal. That's the beginning of our family tree. All right? So I picked this skeezy looking guy who's got a couple coins. You pick this wonderful lady who's got a coin here. You'll notice that there's leaves and there's half hearts in certain places.
Okay.
Because what'll happen is we'll take our new tiles that we have and we'll pick another one. In order to attach a new ancestor to the existing tree, you must match up at least 1 leaf, or exactly 1 leaf, or 1 heart. Boom, that's a marriage.
Kaboom.
That is a marriage right there. Hooray.
I'm a matchmaker.
You are a matchmaker. So what'll happen over time is we will add to our family tree, and we will discover new things about who we are in our history. Once we've drafted 5 of these tiles, you throw away the other one. That's a hobo of history right there. That person is gone.
All right.
And then we look at what we've created, and we check with our neighbors to the left and right, and we see with each of these families who has the most generational chains, touching connected chains of the same family. So yellow, I have 2. If I looked at you and you had none, I would win a token for that, and maybe my neighbor over here has 3.
Okay.
I don't win against them, but they would get 1 against me. We go family by family and compare to see who's got the most or the lengthiest dynasty as we go up. Doing it horizontally in the same color.
Not the way to do it?
No, not the way to do it.
Oh man, I was wrong.
Do it vertically. We've all been taught wrong this whole time. So you want to make sure that you have many generations. So you do that, and then you count up all of the coins. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 coins. I would take those from the bank and I would add that to my treasury.
Okay.
You would count up yours and add yours to yours as well. We would then draft a second round. In the second round, instead of passing clockwise, we pass counterclockwise. You keep adding on to your same family tree.
All right.
You keep adding more coins and things. So at the end of the round, you're going to compare again. You're going to add now, for the second round, you're going to add the 2s, because at the end, these chips are each worth the number shown on the chip itself. So as you go further, it becomes more valuable to build those dynasties. And again, you'll collect coins, including the ones you already got. You just keep adding on to it.
Okay.
You do that for 3 rounds. Again, in the third round, these will now be worth 3 instead of 1 or 2, and it's worth a lot more. You'll count coins again, and then finally you get a marriage bonus. At the bottom here we have the hearts with numbers.
Yep.
Depending on how many marriages you have, you'll get a bonus with that.
Okay.
You convert all of your chips into coins, and you add up all of that, and you see who has the greatest lineage of all time and gets those bragging rights.
Can you only build up from the bottom of a tree, or can you discover past ancestors?
You're revealing as you go, so you can go any which way.
Wait, I had an earlier generation.
You're like, I just discovered.
I now have the oldest family.
I'm an Aztec, for crying out loud. Who knew? So you can add up, down, left, right, as long as you can connect a leaf or a heart. And it can be, like in this case, I connected this leaf. This one doesn't have a connection, but as long as I have one valid connection, that's okay.
Okay. I was just going to say, I knew that these guys were here the whole time, so I did not have an incomplete tree.
See, and then you would, well, I had no purple anyway, so you beat me for sure on that one.
So this is still, as you said, a pre-production copy. We don't have a box yet. When will we see Ancestry?
Ancestry will be out this fall everywhere. And this, so designed by Eric Lang. The art was done, the sketchings were done by Larry Elmore, very famous in the world of fantasy. Yeah, so he did all of these wonderful, goofy people on here, and then a great artist of a friend of ours named Heidi Zimmerman did all of the coloring, and she brought these wonderful sketches to life. So this game will be out shortly after Gen Con this fall for sure everywhere.
Right. Okay, what else we got?
All right, so we'll pack up the family tree.
Goodbye, family.
Now we'll take a walk away from the historical archives, and we will move over to
triangular tokens.
Welcome to the Old West.
Oh.
Are you ready to build the best Old West, Eric?
I've always wanted to build an Old West.
Well, that's what we're gonna do.
By golly.
I wonder how long people would be able to stand us
Will
both
they
doing this.
tolerate this longer than a minute and a half?
I seriously doubt
No. All right, so let's start with the name and not just the accent.
Yeah, so this is Capital City.
Okay.
Capital City is designed by our friend James Ernest of Cheap Ass Games, and this is from the Titan series. So this is a card game about creating the best Old West. So what I like to say is, this is a gateway melange.
Ooh.
This is a gateway potpourri.
Ooh.
There are many different things, from bidding to drafting to card selection and then card management. There's a lot of things you get to do in this game, and it's a very tight game. It's a lot of fun to play.
All right.
That's it.
Okay.
No.
That's it. Oh.
Let me actually show you how it works. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do every round, so there's priority. So depending on the number of players, you'll go up to the number of players. Let's say we're playing with a full 6.
Okay.
Everyone starts with some coins. The first thing you do is you bid for priority. So if you want to be the last player in the round for the first couple steps, you can take that. Otherwise, you can throw a coin on it, pat it to the next player. If they want to take it with the coin, they can. Or they can say, nope, I'm not going to do that. And then you go to the next player, and someone eventually will take this. And then you continue on with the bidding until all of the bidding cards have been assigned.
All right, now you got priority cards.
Correct. So starting with priority 1, the next thing that's going to happen is there's a train of cards. Now you'll notice they have different color backs. There are multiple families in this game.
Oh boy.
The families are all represented by a color as well as an animal type, because all of the creatures that are in here are different animals in the Old West.
You didn't say there were anthropomorphic animals in this game.
Anthropomorphic animals.
Okay.
Are you scared?
No, I'm excited. I'm intrigued.
Okay, intrigued. Okay. So the train will show you what families are on their way, but not the exact characters. So now you've bid for priority. Starting with 1, you draft off the train. So I take a look and I say, I think I want this person, but you keep it secret.
Okay.
Pass that along. Everybody gets a card. The last person, just like in the other games we might have talked about, there's a hobo who gets thrown away after you draft the last one. There's a lot of hobos in Calliope Games. I don't know why.
So maybe it's a new theming.
Maybe
new
it is.
Tagline.
You know, it's our through.
Every game has a hobo.
Our through line is hobos. All right? So once everyone's gotten a family member, there will be building cards. This is the main street.
Okay.
And all of these building cards have a deed cost. So that's shown down here at the bottom.
Gotcha.
All right? So if you want to buy one of these buildings, you have to pay that many coins. So you got to be careful how much you bid. So if I want to pay 6, I can get this lumber mill and I can put it in front of me.
Okay.
So everyone takes their different buildings and they all go out. You get 1, and then the rest of them go to the what I call the hobo yard.
Okay, yep.
The next step, so we bid, we drafted, we chose our buildings and bought them, and now in reverse turn order, we are going to attach those family members that we got to the buildings.
So I noticed there were symbols on top of these buildings. Are there symbols on the people card too?
That is absolutely right. Some of the buildings have 2 icons and some of them have 1. So when I attach a person, I might go, let's say, maybe I want to attach this person here. Click. All right? So I've attached a gear to a gear.
Okay.
But this is not a fully staffed building, so nothing's going to happen.
All right.
All right? So maybe later on, I attach another family member, papoom. Now that it's fully staffed, I get to take one of the earnings from the building, either 2 victory points or $2.
Okay.
All right, so hooray.
Yes.
Now in a later turn, let's say I played, let me grab a good card here. Let's say I had the feedlot. And I attach Ruby Waldcott here.
Yep.
I'm collecting $4 because that's what this earns, and this is fully staffed.
Okay.
But then I have this other building with another member of that same family.
Yes.
I get to activate that building and get one of these earnings because I have a matching family member.
Okay.
I get to do that with every building I have with that same family.
Oh, wow.
And then every other player in the game gets to choose one of their buildings that has that color family, and they get to activate their building and get earnings from it as well.
So somebody's really cleaning up with a particular family, you're going to want to join in.
That's exactly right. The other thing you might want a rainbow of colors across your buildings so that no matter what other people play, you get to activate your buildings.
Right.
So that's why the reverse turn order for this part is important, because if I attach first, I get to activate when the other people attach.
Yes.
So you have to choose when you're bidding. Do I want to go to the train and the buildings first, or do I want to attach first? So once you've done all that, you've earned the things you want, you flip to a new season. There's 4 seasons, and once the winter is over, the game is over. So you have four rounds to build an engine, get it humming.
Wow.
Whoever has the most victory points at the end is the winner.
Okay.
And becomes the mayor of Capital City.
Capital City. All right. When do we see this one?
This one, along with all of our 2017 Titan games, should be available just after Gen Con. We should have production copies of these at Gen Con to demonstrate. So stop on by our booth at Gen Con. We can show these things off, but then they'll be for sale shortly after Gen Con.
All righty. Okay. That's our array?
That's our array for now.
That's our array. So where do people go when they're looking for more Calliope Games information?
Come on over to CalliopeGames.com.
Okay.
You can follow us on Twitter at Calliope Games, or you can visit us on Facebook. You can go to Netscape. You can go to Friendster. MySpace. We have a really bright page with a lot of animations. And
Good.
Music begins playing right
Neon
away.
backgrounds.
Neon backgrounds.
Animated GIFs.
Oh yes, or GIFs if you're so inclined.
I like anyway.
GIFs.
We're gonna fight if we start talking about GIFs and GIFs. Chris, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you for watching.
long podium. If you're in the hall, please come to the front of the hall for the security desk. Thank you. Hey guys, I'm Mark and I'm back here with Chris. How are you doing, man?
I am fantastic. How are you, Mark?
I'm good. So we have a few questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
People are asking about expansions for Roll For It, and is there a solitaire variant?
Expansions for Roll For It?
Yes.
You know, for the longest time, Paul Peterson and I have been talking about making a version of Roll For It where the cards let you manipulate dice and have fun with it that way. So I don't know. It could happen.
Yeah,
could happen.
that would be awesome.
You know what I'll just do? I'll just make up some cards, use the Game Crafter.
There you go.
And sell them in little baggies. Be like a dime bag of Roll For It cards.
Well, you know, Roll For It is one of my family's favorite games. So, I mean, whatever. That would be fantastic to have more. All right, so a lot of questions around player count and play time for all the new games. So, the City, the Family Tree, and the Wordoku. How do you say it?
Wordoku. Yes.
So everybody wants to know about player time and player count.
Okay, so Wordoku is it's actually a 1 to 6 player game. So, and that one takes 15 minutes if you play the standard version.
Okay.
And it takes longer if you're playing. There's an expert variant that comes in the package itself where if you want to do 5x5 grid instead of 4x4, so instead of 5 minutes per round, it becomes 10 minutes per round. And that's for the real wordsmiths out there who really love a puzzle of a good word game. So as far as Capital City goes, Capital City is 3 to 6 players.
Okay.
That plays in about a half hour or so. I think we're saying 20 to 40 minutes, but it's about a half hour. Ancestry is a 2 to 6 player game.
Okay.
Eric has often said that he and his wife Sonia play it 2 players all the time. He invented that game so that he and his wife could sit down and play together. So that one plays in, I would say, somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes. It's a very fast drafting game. And then Shutterbug. With Capital City. That's the other one we're talking about.
Yep.
We haven't talked about Shutterbug yet. Well, we'll talk about that in a minute.
All right.
So Capital City is 3 to 5, 3 to 6.
Okay.
3 to 6. No, there's 3 to 6. 3 to 6. Yeah, that one's about a half hour. Did we say that? I can't remember. My brain is mush.
All right.
But we also have Shutterbug coming by Mike Elliott. That one I wasn't able to show on the show only because the art is like still wet. It's coming in. We're locking it down. But it's fantastic. And that one is 2 to 6 players. And that one takes about 30 to 40 minutes to play. So all of these, remember, Calliope Games, it's all about a bigger player count and being able to learn the game fast and play the game fast.
Exactly.
So these fit into that same thing. There's no 90 to 120 minute games here.
Okay. So there's a lot of questions around any updates around the Titan series in general.
Yes. So the next 3 Titan games, that's these games here, Eric Lang, Mike Elliott, and James Ernest, those are going to print sometime before the end of this month. It's coming down to the games, the rules editing, little tweaks and things. And then Shutterbug's art is being finalized right now. So while that's happening, we're also working on the rules and stuff. So once those things come in, it's done. So the backers of the Titan series will see their games first, and then we'll have it available to the public. And that's why we're saying that we're probably not going to have them for Gen Con.
Okay.
Because if for no other reason, then we want to make sure that those wonderful backers who believed in the Titan series are going to get their copies. They're going to have access to those copies first.
Cool.
So if there's, we're going to do that first, and then we'll have it available.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's what's going on. And then after that, so 2018 is shaping up We've got 3 new designers. I
Okay.
can talk about one of them,
All right.
and that's Mr. Rob Davio.
Oh, nice.
He has a fantastic smuggling game.
Oh.
It's innovative. It's really cool. It's got I can't even describe it, but it's something where you see it and you're like, this is brand new and cool, and it's kind of sort of like visually interesting puzzle smuggling game. So
Nice.
that's coming, and then there's 2 others where we're basically at this point in the year we look to talk to the designers themselves and see who's ready.
Yeah.
You know, where are you at with your designs? Where do you feel? And a lot of them are in the midst of play testing, and we have a great relationship with all of them. So when they say, I need just a little bit more time with this, we can be like, all right, we'll call somebody else, and they're like, I got something. So it's a
Nice.
great time. It's a great way to work. So,
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I think that comes to the end here. Let's see. If there's any last questions? No, I think we are good. All right,
Fantastic.
let's wrap it up.
All right. Well,
Chris,
thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for coming by. We really appreciate it.
You're my favorite hat wearer. Don't
I
tell
know.
Tom.
Okay, well, that's truly is the best hat, right?
His is bright blue and yours is white. It's a little
Good-
flashier,
it's
but
good,
it
guys.
just looks better.
Right,
Don't you
white.
think it looks better? It just looks better.
I think it does. I have to say. All right, Chris, thanks.
Thank you very
We'll
much.
see you, man.
Take care.
Hello and welcome back to the Dice Tower's coverage of the Origins Game Fair 2017. I'm Eric Summerer here with Jason Kotarski from Green Couch Games. Jason, welcome to Origins.
Hey, I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. We have a trio of boxes to show off, except this one doesn't seem to have a box yet.
Not quite yet.
But we were discussing that all of the games on the imprint have about the same size. They're all...
Yeah, they're all like 3.5 inches by 5 inches, portable.
It makes it convenient to stack them.
It does.
That's what I've discovered anyway.
Yeah, and
so,
I like them to stay together on people's shelves,
Sure.
so people just, got a nice
there's no
little
reason
collection.
to spread them all over the place. They're right, here's the Green Couch section of the shelf. Anyway, this is Before the Earth Explodes. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so it's designed by Daryl Andrews and Adrian Adamskew, who did the game Sagrada recently.
All right.
So this is a 2-player space battle game where the Earth we've been poor stewards of the Earth, and now we need to find a new home or new resources to heal our planet. So we are going away in search of new technology and new planets, and we want really the glory. So we will even destroy the other parties who are trying to get to that goal before we do.
Isn't that what led to our demise of the Earth in the first place? I mean, have we learned nothing, people?
It's like Groundhog's Day for Earth salvation.
Anyway.
Yeah, so this game is a 2-player game with a little bit of a paper, rock, scissors kind of a deal. So you have these 4 action cards, A, B, C, and D. And A attacks B, and B attacks C and D, and then D attacks A. So it's kind of got this nice little cycle.
Oh, okay.
So everybody's going to be choosing cards simultaneously, and then revealing them. And there is a couple different pieces of information on the cards. So
let's show those to the camera
the
there.
top part of the card here resolves first. And this is, I draw a ship card. I can damage and cancel B if the other player played B.
Okay.
And then the B card would cancel and damage B or C or D. C doesn't do anything fancy, but we resolve all the icons on the image first. So D cancels and damages A. And then each card has a action if they haven't been canceled.
Okay.
So the actions are moving you towards different paths of victory. The A is to move up the technology track, which is one of the ways that you win. You win four different options for winning the game. You can reach 7 on the technology track, you can damage your opponent to 7, you can colonize 7 planets, or you can complete a victory card that is kind of in some of these ship cards that are just alternate paths to victory.
You build very pretty ships.
Yes, very pretty ships. You're meeting people, you're getting technology from them, and making your world a better place with their awesomeness. Yeah, so A moves you up the technology track. B clones C or D if the other player was canceled.
Okay.
And C is I get to colonize a planet for less of for a lower cost than I normally would.
Yep.
And D is that I can mine for resources, which are these 3 space quarries.
I
right
was
here.
just about to ask what those were.
Yes, so you grab 3 resources, and that is how you can buy planets. Planets have different costs and one-time use abilities throughout the game. The ships are immediate one-time use abilities when you earn a ship card by playing an A. Nice little catch-up mechanism. But it's a really cool game because you can get into each other's heads with the paper, rock, scissors, and there's information because you can see what strategy they might be going for and start hitting them hard on that.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll probably be aware that you were hitting them on that. So it's it's like, do you drink from my cup? Do I drink from your cup? Kind of a situation throughout the game.
All right, that is before the Earth explodes. When will we see this in a box?
We'll see it in a box probably Q1 of next year.
Okay,
It'll be
2018.
hitting Kickstarter at the beginning of August.
All right, let's
All right.
move on to
Yeah.
Rocky Road.
Rocky
a la
Road
mode.
a la mode. Rocky Road a la mode is a game about becoming the best ice cream truck delivery person.
A stackable ice cream truck
Yes.
delivery person.
Yes, it has a bit of a whoever is in the back, it's their turn.
Okay.
So you're managing your time and you're managing your resources. So there's some different locations you might try to take over with these multi-use cards here that you have in your hand. So during your turn, you can do one of 3 different things. You're trying to earn the most loyalty points.
Okay.
Once somebody gets the 9 points, it triggers the end of the game, and then
All right.
whoever has the most points after that is the winner. So you can play music in your truck to call customers over
Sure.
and get them to line up at your truck. And the
Yep.
music costs 1 time, so I would move forward 1 space. And then I need to collect cards that have a treat type that matches what that customer wants. So
Mhm.
once I get an ice cream cone, I can spend a time to move forward and slide that up. Once I finish the second customer on the card, I flip it around, and I've got a little engine building going on here.
Oh.
So now I know what my customer's like. I've always got that ice cream ready to go.
Huh.
Sometimes you get treat rewards, sometimes you get loyalty points. And then once you get certain combinations of those treats in your truck, that's when you can take over a location, which gives you a nice bonus point at the end of the game.
Oh, neat.
So we got a big board game experience here that takes about 20 minutes in a very small package.
Very cool.
Yeah, this one hit stores about a month ago, so it's readily available. It's designed by Joshua J. Mills, and I love it. It's about ice cream.
Very
and
cool.
Good stuff.
All right, one more.
One more. All right, this is another new one that came out last month.
Okay.
By Ryan Cowler, a professional wrestler. Also designed our little game called Jurassic Attack.
Yes.
Yeah, cool little 2-player bluffing game.
Yes, yes.
So this one is about becoming the new sheriff in a town that has been overrun by bandits. Everyone has these 11 cards that show different outlaws that you can apprehend. And every one of them has a different apprehend ability. The way the game is played is that someone will lead, and I will place a card down, and then I will claim who that is. And I can tell the truth, or I can lie. And then we all reveal our cards and see if we've met our conditions. And all the conditions have to do with whether we told the truth, whether we lied, what other cards played. So for example, Lionel Mainsworth, you have to tell the truth if you want to apprehend him. But somebody might come along and like Buffalo Bill, and this card that you claimed, the card that you claimed had to be played by someone else. So if someone else played Lionel Mainsworth, I might want to play my Buffalo Bill and say Lionel Mainsworth. Because then I found out, all right, they actually played what they said, and I said what they played, so I get Buffalo Bill.
Right.
So very much a game that gets better when you play it more with the same group of people, so you can learn all the names, learn all the apprehensive abilities, learn each other's tells. Quick kind of 10-15 minute game. There is a beginner game, so you can play with less cards in the beginning, so you can get your head around it, and then the game grows with you.
Very nice.
So that is that's Outlawed by Ryan Keller.
That's available now.
It is.
All right. To get more information about Green Couch, where do we go?
Well, you can go to greencouchgames.com, and you can follow me on Twitter at Green Couch Games.
Perfect.
At Green Couch Games. Yes. Thank you.
Jason Kotarski, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks for watching.
I didn't want to go over there and follow, I didn't know at what point. Yeah. She'll give you the look when you stop by. When you're busy on the computer over there, it's like, yeah, you know when she's. What's up, man? He looked busy. You heading down the Dice Tower now? No, not this year. Jeremy, you remember Jeremy? Jeremy was with me, but he can't make it this year, so it was too expensive for me to want to try to get it. Right. No, I'm bringing a whole. Are you really? So, the whole family's yeah. You know what? We've got everybody. We've got the hotel. Everybody can get the hotel. You know, why not? Maybe my wife didn't even get the beach and stuff. You know, my daughter. Well, I guess not the beach. Well, actually, I'm going to rent a car, and my daughter's. Right, yeah. So, but they're going to go, they finally did it. I was so they're going to go. Sure, it's going to be. Let's go. They're going to be in Florida. So now she's convinced me. She's talking about the coast. No, and other. It's like a ship. Well, she's got this friend. Like, and it's specifically for this. So she's in San Francisco. It's like, great. You go for this. What's your public? And, she lives right there in Mountain View. It's like, people got it. I've never. And I can drive to San Francisco. People got for $114 one way. I don't pay it. Yeah. And just like, I always take my dog on a damn dog trip. His daughter, she's the same age as my son. They take her to all these places and stuff. Same thing, like, his wife goes with them. They just do whatever, and he'll work his 1 or 2 days and stay a few days extra. That's what we do. My wife is in that. She's over Washington, D.C. I take the kids. We see all the sites in D.C. right next to everything. Almost every part of this capital. My wife has never been outside of the house. That's too big in the field.
Sounds good. Hello and welcome back to Columbus for the Dice Tower's coverage of Origins 2017. I'm Eric Summerer here with Paul from Split Second Games.
Hey everybody.
Hello. Welcome to Columbus.
Indeed.
We're going to talk about 2 games,
yes.
But the first one is something upcoming for one that I've really enjoyed, Paradox.
Oh, fantastic.
That uses this array of not gems, tokens,
yes.
and matching and in order to save the universe,
yes.
more or less. How are we saving the universe further?
Well, there's a past, present, and future to 15 worlds that are at risk of this storm that's knocking them out of space and time. You get resources that you need by manipulating space and time, which only makes the storm worse. But in order to do so, you need to get these elements from your grid before time runs out. So each round, you're going to grab 1 card from this stable wormhole and put it onto your player mat, and you're going to manipulate this grid by swapping out discs so that you can get rows or columns of the same color by swapping discs that have the same symbol. Mm-hmm. For instance, I could swap this disc here and this disc here, and I have a row of 5 black resources that would give me 2 resources to use as I want. The rest would go into a discard pile. These would all slide down, and I'd fill
them back up
with fresh discs.
Yes.
And hopefully, I would save enough of the worlds, because the larger your set is of the same world, the larger your point value is at the end of the game, assuming the world still exists.
Yes.
Because each time that you do something with a timeline, the storm will advance and possibly knock that world out of existence. You bring it back by using white or black resources. You do that for 12 rounds, and whoever has the highest point value is going to be the winner.
There we go.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
It's a simple game with a lot of complexity in combinations, but each of the individual elements are very easy to understand.
Okay. I love the illustrations in the fact that you've got this past, present, and future in these worlds. And if you look at the illustrations, they are, it's primitive civilization, and then something has happened. And often there's a little twist or a joke in the future civilization. Like these guys, a hunter goes after a creature. Now he's riding the creature, and then the creature has overthrown the guy. They're actually eating him in the corner. Those little details I find fascinating, and it's really fun.
One of the best things we got to do is work with 15 different graphic designers and comic book artists, and we told them, here are your limitations. We want you to come up with your vision of a world, show how the past, present, and future evolves. You're not allowed to tell anyone what it is that you did, so that there is completely difference in all of the worlds. We played gatekeeper so that you can stop and do that, and it need to keep it at least family friendly.
There you go.
Those are the limitations we did, and what they gave us was enormous. It's easy to see what world you're trying to save.
It's very distinctive. Yeah.
We're really
different
happy with the
color
result.
palettes. It's really cool. Anything that you're planning in addition to this? Expansions on the
We
horizon?
are looking at an expansion in the future to change us from a competitive game to a cooperative game.
Nice.
Brian Surrey has been hard at work at a thing that keeps the chip changing aspect of Paradox's core gameplay, replaces all the cards and the board with a new tableau, which will force players to work together to get the resources they need to pull planets out of the storm and stop it once and for all.
Oh, wow.
It is an amazing thing, and we're just working on the final tweaks to keep the tension at the level that we want it without it being too simple or overpowering.
Oh, wow.
So we are at the tweak level now.
So you don't quite have a timeline for that yet. It'll be ready when it's ready.
It'll be ready when it's ready. Right now, the thing that is our top of focus is 0 Hour for us.
Okay, well, speaking of
the
let's
devil,
talk about 0 Hour.
Let's talk very quickly about 0 Hour. 0 Hour is our pre-apocalypse zombie game.
Okay.
This is the moment right before things get to pandemic levels where if you are smart, fast, and a little bit lucky, you'll be able to stop it once and for all.
Wow.
And
then you don't have a zombie game.
Yes, you won't have a zombie game. You'll have a game that is curing the rest of the afflicted. So you have a tracking board here that has all the things that you need. You have a whole bunch of city maps that you need to be exploring to find out clues about who the mastermind is who released this virus.
Oh, so somebody messed up or is doing it on purpose.
Somebody messed up or somebody is doing it on purpose. You don't know what it is. But you're going to need to clear city locations in order to get the intel that you desperately need to figure this out. You clear the cities, you get intel. You suppress the viruses, you get intel. Once you get to 5 points of intel, you'll know who the bad guy is, and they'll be making life difficult for you for the remainder of the game.
Okay.
Once you get to 10 points of intel, you can say as a team, because this is a completely cooperative experience, we are going to bring the final showdown to the next city. And if you are able to clear all the locations in that city, all the locations on their layer card, and suppress any remaining viruses, you will be successful and win the game.
Okay.
However, you cannot run out of any resource. You cannot be forced out of the final fight. And you cannot be knocked all unconscious at the same time. If you do all of those things, though, you'll be very successful. The trick is that while this is going on, exploring the cities begins simple and gets really, really difficult.
Okay.
So every turn that you're in the city, you're going to roll 5 action dice and 1 threat die for every space that you're along the threat track at the bottom. Eventually that's going to go to 2 points of threat and 3 dice worth of threat, and you'll be rolling all of those dice in order to stay in the city and continue exploring.
And that's all good stuff, right? All
Not
those green
a
dice,
thing of
good
that
things?
is good.
Oh.
All of those things push that threat track forward, putting constant pressure on you. If you stay in the city, though, you can get the resources that you need to continue pushing through. If you clear all of the locations, you will get this valuable intel, which will drive you forward.
Okay.
Between cities, you'll have opportunities to rest, to heal up a bit, to see if you were successful in suppressing the virus, and to ask yourself if you're ready for that final showdown. You don't have to do it immediately at 10. You can push it forward and continue exploring to get more intel, which will only help you in that final showdown even more. You'll come up with additional dice that you can use to swap out your dice as you're rolling, because while that is going on in the final showdown, the mastermind comes into play and has his own die, which will wreck your plans even further. It is a huge preparation for a third act in a 3-act structure that is driving a narrative forward about people who are ordinary people, unaffected by this virus, from all aspects of life, working together as a team to help each other out.
This guy seems like a good guy.
He is fantastic. He's our mechanic, and he can swap out fuel for anything that you need.
Wow. So how many characters
We've
we have
got
in here?
14 characters there.
Wow.
Each of them has their sets of abilities. You gotta have it. Akita is the best, and all of them have their own special talents that they bring to the team. You're not going to know who the bad guy is until midway through the game, so hopefully you've created a diverse enough team of characters that you're ready to attack with force when the time is right.
Wow. How many cities do you usually go through before you go after the big bad?
You can go through as few as 3 or as many as 7 or 8, depending on how well you are attacking the cities and how lucky you're getting at the mitigation of luck.
Okay.
But as a general rule, about 5 or 6 is the max, and you'll get through that in about 60 to 90 minutes, maybe a little longer in your first play just to get the system down a little bit. But 60 to 90 minutes is a good average time. Longer if you are getting unlucky or you're really enjoying the narrative experience. Because, for instance, and this always happens, and it makes me laugh every time, because somebody plays the dog all the time.
Yep.
In between cities, the person who closed the city, who put the last location in place, is not going to be the next person to go. So the first person in the next city gets the threat marker put in front of them, and they are the driver during the city phase. During the event phase. So they're the ones making the decisions about whether or not you're going to accept these bad events or drive through them by spending fuel to accelerate it. And inevitably a dog will end up driving the car.
The driver.
And that always makes me smile every single time.
You planned for this.
I did indeed.
It's almost as if you are the mastermind behind the whole thing. All right, this is obviously a prototype. When do we see production?
We're looking at kicking this in October, and we're looking at this being either our Gen Con or our Origins release for next year.
Okay.
We are extremely excited about this. We have a number of plans for the expansion of this. We have 10 more characters in beta. We got 2 more bad guys in beta.
Boy.
It's coming with 6 bad guys and 12 good guys.
Okay.
It's got a lot of replay. If you like dice, you're going to get a ton of them. We're really excited about it. Jay made a masterclass of a pressure luck game.
Great.
And it ties to a fantastic 3-act structure that just makes it sing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Paul, thank you very much.
Thank you for
spending
having
some time
me.
with us. And thank you for watching.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Am I live over here right now?
Is he? Hi.
Hey guys, we're
Hey.
back with some Q&A. Okay, so
I have a Q and an A?
Yes, you
Fantastic.
do. So 0 Hour,
Yes.
I've played this game.
Yes, you have.
Yes, I have. So, so one of the questions we had a bunch of is the artwork on the cities. Is that going to be different?
Yes, it is. Yes,
Okay.
it is. There's
there's 10 unique cities. We're looking to build out more. We wanted to have something to show off to people.
Right.
And we have probably another 20 hours of graphic design to add to that to wrap up the production for each unique city. But yeah, each city is going to end up with its unique background art.
Okay, how about the dice? You do need some custom dice for it too?
Custom dice, we've got the threat dice and the mastermind dice. Right. We're looking at the possibility of upgrading dice to sort of have a weird that Chessex sickly meld,
nice.
so that it feels a little infected.
Yes.
And so that's something that we'd love to stretch to.
Yeah. Well, you know, this game is right up my alley because it's all about dice chucking, pressure, luck, and survival, right? So.
It really is. Like there's this wonderful narrative that's going through it, but if you're not a fan of challenging your luck, you're not going to enjoy it as much as if you'll find the things that you enjoy. But if you don't like dice, this is not the game for you.
Right. And people are asking about ways to mitigate.
Ways to mitigate the luck? Oh, there's tons of ways. Let's start with the two biggest ones. You'll have ammo and food. Ammo can be spent to reroll any number of green threat dice or purple mastermind dice that you roll poorly in a turn. You can spend it as often as you want, as many times as you want. You don't have to. You can spend it on just one die, or you can roll the entire set again. And you can continue to do that until you're satisfied with the results, or you simply accept the penalty. But if you run out of ammo, you've lost the game.
Great.
Likewise with food, you can spend one food to roll any number of white action dice again for placement onto the board. You can do that as much as you want to, and if you run out of food, you lose. And then thirdly, many of the characters have abilities that tie into their ability to manipulate the game in some way. Some of them, it focuses on the dice. Some of them have abilities that let you jam dice together into one larger numbers. 2 and 3 becomes a 5, place that 5 where you need it. Others let you split it apart. Others let you tweak the dice up by 1. One of my favorite characters is the gambler of the group, Sophia. She has an ability where if you roll 3 dice of any kind, they swap out with her trip 3s and gets a die of any value that you want. Also, if you have a die, she's got a coin flip, you can just spend one of her tokens to flip that die to the opposite side. And that can be a lifesaver when you're trying to get into one of the secured areas that are locked in, because you don't have many ways to tweak it, but if you can just use it at the right moment, you're going to find success.
That's awesome. Okay, so this is coming to Kickstarter?
This is coming to Kickstarter in October.
Okay, great.
And we are going through the last of... We're actually looking at the beta for an additional set of characters right now. We've talked with Jay. We are in various...
this is Jay Little game.
This is Jay Little's game, and we've been blessed and lucky to have him on.
And he's been working on it for a long time.
A very long time.
Yeah.
It was like 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years, yeah.
And just a series of bad luck on that.
Right.
But it turned out to our advantage because we've been able to work with him, and we've been able to work with Matthias Tapia for the artwork and get that Borderlands 2 style.
It definitely has that Borderlands style.
Yeah, that was one of the first things that we said. Like, what is the art style? I'm looking for this. And we eventually stopped looking for people who looked like his style and just asked him.
Yeah,
and it ended up being an amazing experience working with the guy.
awesome.
So more of that.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, stay tuned for more.
Thank you. Dixie Town thing. Yeah, this came out. It's perfect. That's good for the highlights.
All right. See ya.
Hey everybody, welcome back to our continuing coverage of Origins Summer Preview 2017 here. We are here with Nikki from Queen Games. Hi, Nikki.
Hello.
And we're going to be taking a look at a few different things, but we're starting off with a really big box, Immortals, right here. It's so massive, I'm going to have to push it outside the screen just a little bit to see what's going on. We've got a really cool two-parter board here. Dice tower in which we're going to throw in some cubes. It's too much. I can't handle it. Nikki, tell me what's going on.
Okay. I showed this at Gamma, but all I had were some pictures on my computer.
Yeah,
so now we've got this is a tester copy that we have here at Origins.
Yeah.
And we are going to have a limited release of this game at the Dice Tower Con.
Okay,
and then
very
a
nice.
full release of it at Gen Con.
Okay, excellent.
So I wanted to show off the size of the board and the cube tower, which is wonderful, and all the art is gorgeous. The whole point of the game is area control with a twist.
Okay.
When you go into a battle from one area to another, or anywhere on the board, depending upon the kind of cards that you have,
Okay.
whatever guys died in the battle are going to go onto your player board.
Ooh. Nice.
If they die in the dark realm, which is the blue side of the board, they are going to come back onto the light side of the board. So when you place them, they're going to come back to life on the light side of the board, and vice versa. So if you have a battle in the light side, whoever doesn't survive the battle is going to come back on the dark side of the board.
Okay.
So that's
quite an interesting twist.
the big twist of the game. What's fun also about this game is there are 5 races from the dark side,
Okay.
5 races from the light side. You can kind of see them there.
Yeah.
You are going to shuffle up the dark, randomly choose a dark, shuffle up the white, randomly choose a light, and this is going to be my starter combination for the game. I am going to be a Amazon on the light side of the map, and when I resurrect, I'm going to come back as an orc.
Got it. And each player will have a different combination.
Each
then.
player will
Got
have
it.
a different combination, which then dictates my player board. So here's the Amazon starting player board and the orc starting player board. These huge
Wow.
numbers in the middle are my starting armies
Okay.
for the light and the dark. If you are playing in a 3-player game, you're going to use these big numbers off to the sides.
Okay.
This is my starting energy, so I'm going to start with 6 energy and my starting gold.
Got it.
Once you settle all of that business, you're going to turn your player board over. You are going to, everyone will have a starting hand of magic cards. So this happens to be the purple player's magic cards.
Okay.
Everyone's magic cards are going to be the same.
Okay.
So there's going to be no difference in that. And magic cards, and every card gets played face down onto your player board. So you're going to be pre-programming your play.
Got it.
So that's where the magic goes, and then you can start putting like your land cards across your board. I don't know what I'm going to get. It probably isn't legal, but that's what I'm doing. Everyone has a special power.
Okay.
So this is, let me double check myself.
Is the power dictated by the combination of the two races?
It's dictated by this first one here on your board.
Got it.
So this guy's got a resurrection power. This guy, of course, he's an orc. He has an opportunity to gain more gold.
Okay.
Other than that, everyone's player board's going to look pretty much the same. So it's just going to be this top thing here.
Okay, got it.
So you lay a card down here, you're going to get a certain amount of gold. You put a card here, you're going to get you're saying I want a certain amount of power.
I see.
You can turn these cards over in any order you want. So if you want to right off the bat start a conflict, which is what this one is, you're going to turn this over and you're saying I'm going to have a conflict in this region right here.
Okay.
And you take your cubes. I'm sure I don't match up to the card I just flipped over.
Right,
But
that's okay.
if I am going after this guy here, we are going to decide how many cubes we want to sacrifice to this endeavor.
Okay.
Depending on the card you play, the attacker is going to either have control of the inhabitants of the land,
Okay.
or the attacked will have control over the inhabitants of the land, or the inhabitants will be totally neutral to your whole entire thing. So you're going to take the neutrals, or the neutrals that are already seated in the tower, but I have nothing seated right now.
Right.
We're going to dump that out, and if I was the aggressor and I had the right cards, I would take the two green neutrals as the hitters, and clearly I'm going to win that because it's 4-3. They could have been neutral. They could have been with the black cubes, and then I would have lost if I was the blue player. So whoever wins gets to place on the region they were playing for. Whoever loses takes their cubes and puts them on either the dark side or the light side, wherever they're going to resurrect from. The greens stay in the tray.
And you'll scoop them back up and throw them back in whenever you. Right. Okay. Well, this is clearly inspired a little bit by Shogun, right? That's sort of the idea. What's the end game objective then? What are you going for?
You are going for land.
Okay,
so
and
whoever's got the most.
This is a score track
and
here on the outside.
Score points.
Okay.
There are ways to score by building these certain monuments. You score it immediately. It's just 1 point. There are also portals I should talk about really quickly. So that kind of breaks the rule of having to die first before you resurrect. If you build a portal in a land, it's a one-way tunnel. So if I wanted to transfer these guys to North Haven and I built a portal, I could transfer them into North Haven, but I wouldn't be able to bring them back.
Got it.
So it's a one-way tunnel, but all of a sudden, without dying, I'm over in North Haven on the light side of the map. So.
Interesting. Okay. Very cool. How many players can this play up to?
It takes 5. You need a minimum of 3.
Okay.
It's 120 minutes. It's one of our bigger games.
A couple of hours,
suggested age is 14 plus.
Okay, sounds good. And another game that utilizes the dice tower, cube tower, whatever you want to call it, which is a superb mechanism. Definitely not enough of those. And again, inspired a little bit by Shogun, which is, I think, the best game that uses that mechanism. Another sort of similar game in that system. Really cool. Love the two-board concept.
Yeah.
Almost like playing 2 different games at once. Awesome.
Yeah.
When is this going to be available?
Well, we've after full release at Gen Con. But
That's
like
right.
I said, we got limited at Dice Tower.
Okay, cool.
So,
yeah, let's scoop this aside a little bit and check out some other goodies you've got. I'm going to toss some cubes in here while I'm at it.
Whee.
All right, there they go. Let's fold that up. You got that? Okay. All right, and you are bringing in Captain Silver. Captain Silver.
And I wanted to talk a little bit, or do you need to do the whole intro thing again?
Go ahead. We are good.
I wanted to talk a little bit about this because it's up for the Spiel des Jahres for the children's games.
That's right.
And that gets announced on the 19th. So it gets announced a little earlier than all the other games in the 2 other categories.
Right.
But I wanted to show this one off. It's a lot of fun.
Yes, it's a game that's already got some pedigree, is what we're saying, folks. Already a nominee.
And I like showing off that the game board is double-sided for the board where you're going to play your ships.
Okay.
This one is not double-sided. It's the volcano board, and it goes all the way at the end of the board, which is super long.
Okay.
Then we've got the double-sided boards with all the shapes in them, and it all goes together like a puzzle.
Okay, gotcha.
And there's a ton of them.
Okay.
And you just play a big, huge,
and
long
just this
board.
one at the end then, right? Somewhere?
Any way you want.
Okay, got it.
And everyone's going to get a bag of shapes.
Bag of shapes.
This is tactile. You cannot
I love
look
it, a bag
in
of
your
shapes.
bag. You
All
have
right,
to
let me see.
feel the shapes.
Oh, and they're cardboard pieces, so I'm feeling the outline of a shape. Okay.
Here's the trick, though. At the start of the game, the only ones you can pull out of the bag are from this top row.
Got it.
So,
goodness.
we're all playing at the same time.
Oh, wow. This is so tough.
More
this is the
complicated than you
ship
think.
wheel. Yes.
Sweet. Throw that ship wheel down.
Okay.
And look what I did. I pulled out the ship wheel. You have filled up that space. I cannot place it in the next space or in either of these spaces.
Got it.
So I have to feed it to the volcano.
Okay.
All right.
And so now I could go for this one as well, is the
You
idea.
can go for this one, or the sword, or the anchor, or so as long as the previous square is full.
Okay. And if I pull out something that's wrong, it's just gone.
Yep. Or you get it placed faster than I did.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. I am this is tough.
There.
This is superbly difficult for me. Oh, wait. No, that's not it. That's Cutlass. Yes? Yes.
Sweet. What do I got?
Oh,
a bird. I can't
this is so
place
tough.
it. See how great I am at this game?
Is there a shape in here more than one's?
Everything, it has 2.
Because
So
I'm holding
twos,
another wheel.
2 swords, 2 cannons, 2. Chuck it in the fire. Don't slip it back in your bag, you cheater. We play until one of these lanes is filled.
Okay, all the way back here. Okay.
Then we get these handy dandy markers, and you randomly draw one.
Got it.
And that matches that tower on the end.
Yeah,
if we
right
had
here.
played a full round, there would be some pieces in there.
Yep.
That tells us we're going to evaluate that line first.
Ooh, okay.
And what you're doing when we evaluate, of course, is make sure you put the right piece there, which usually you do. Ship movement. So that's one ship movement on this track here that I pointed out. One. What you're trying to do on this track is land on or cross over a port,
Got it.
which will allow you to take the stack of 5 treasure chests that will be placed here. And I landed at this port.
Okay.
I'm going to look at all of these wonderful treasures, and I'm going to clearly choose the highest number.
Oh, I see.
Face down in front of me. You're sliding around. And put the rest of them back in the stack. So now you kind of know, well, maybe the 5 is not going to be in there. So it goes 1 from 5. They're random. So this stack could maybe not have any 5s in it. You never know. Am I going too fast?
No, this is great. I just want to keep playing at this point. You're going fantastically.
So again, then you would evaluate the next row, the next row.
We do check all the rows, just in different orders. Okay.
All the rows in different orders. At that point, you should have a stack of some coins in front of you.
From here, right?
From winning in the different tracks here.
Okay.
We have 5 of these markers, but we're only going to use 2 of them, or 3 of them.
Those look bad.
they're bad. This also represents that there are 3 rounds in the game.
Okay.
First round, we're going to turn over. This is if we had any of these pieces in the volcano, we are going to have to pay 1 coin to get it back from the volcano.
Okay, cool.
The cute thing is that if you have like we both have wheels in there and the wheel is not shown here,
Right.
we just get it back for free.
Okay, got
So
it.
it's not too painful, but it is a way to kind of keep track of someone running away with the coins right away at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, okay.
So we do that 3 times, and these are all going to be different.
Neat.
So
and
you
so you
never
do
know.
this, you do all of that 3 times in the game.
Yeah.
Add up the coins, add up the treasures.
Yep.
Highest, of course, is the winner of the game.
Highest
Cool.
is the winner.
Really nice. So a bit of a real-time aspect
Yeah.
to it, and then resolution after
Right.
that.
And you see these pieces.
Yeah, and we should
you're like,
take some of these
they're,
out, yeah.
They're huge. I'm going to be able to do this.
Oh,
and
this
then
is-
you're
yeah.
like feeling around in the bag, and you're like, that could be the bottle
It is
or the
surprisingly
cannon.
tough. It is surprisingly tough, and I can see how I'm sure kids could have an advantage at sort of
little
putting their
bit.
hands in the bag and feeling what something is,
Yeah.
Versus what I'm doing with these mitts.
Right.
Very nice, cute. I like it. How many players can this be up to at the same
This
time?
one goes to 4.
4 players.
Two minimum up to 4. And you can scale the board for easiness and, I think
Okay.
it's a game that if parents have to play it 16 times with their children, they're not going to go too insane.
Yeah, right.
with
No, it's
having
neat.
to
I
play
like
it
it.
over and over again.
And the different phases, I can see appealing to different,
Yeah.
different kinds of players. Very nice. This is available right now?
This is available right now.
Okay, and what's the MSRP on that?
I couldn't tell you.
You don't know. Folks, it's nominated
I'm
for an
very
award,
sorry.
okay? It's nominated for an award. You have kids, go get it.
Right. On the 19th, we'll know. We're really excited.
Yeah, I bet. Cool. All right, and you got one more thing we're going to briefly cover.
Uh-huh.
Let me help you put these away. There you go. Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, wait, hold on. I got more cubes. There's a cube tower right there. I have to.
Oops. I'll clean up after myself later.
That's fine. All
I
right.
had this also at Gamma, but we ran out of time, so I was
Think
only
I
able
remember
to
that.
answer a few questions on the internet. So I thought I'd bring it again,
Yeah, we'll get them this time.
so you can at least see what you're getting.
Okay.
So these are player boards in player colors. There are certain actions that you can only do on the player board, and they're pictured here.
Okay.
When your Templars pass away, they're going to go onto this board. So it's not such a bad thing if they get booted from various things on the big player board,
Okay.
because it'll allow you to do these special actions on your
I see.
player mat.
Okay, I see.
I'll leave one of those out and get the rest out of the way.
You want me to get this out of here?
Sure.
This is a nice big board. Open that. Ooh. And it's upside down as well. Ooh. Cool. There you go. I'll show that off.
And you get the Popa. Joking around, but he has his own special track. And
As well he should.
The green flags are generally good actions for yourself.
Okay.
If you move him to a red action, then there are bad things for other players in the game. So the first player in each round will move him according to what they want.
According
So,
to how mean they
how
are is what it
mean they
sounds
wanna
like
be.
you're saying.
Well, as you can see, it's a little bit longer of a trek if you go the good way.
That's true, right. Right. It's like, hey, I had to.
It is a harder road to walk,
Yes.
And then we've got a whole bunch of these city markers.
And these look like they go on the outsides like here.
They
like
do,
this.
and you're
Okay.
going to randomly fill up all of the outside spaces with these.
Gotcha.
Which you're going to end up with 2 leftovers, so I'm
Okay.
just going to throw those out.
Yep, like that.
That's going to determine where what cities are going to be active in this game with these pieces. So you're going to look at Roma and put one of those on the Roma, and so on. So you're going to end up with 2 that are not going to have this marker in it.
Got it. Does the game play a little bit like a worker placement, area control kind of game?
It's definitely worker placement.
Worker placement.
You want to have the majority, so you would get your knight into this land, and then you would start being able to place the knights that you are recruiting into this area. Once the Pope makes it down to the port, that big brown circle at the end,
right there.
and you've got knights in whatever, well, we'll just move this one over here. If we've got knights in Roma, wherever,
Right here,
and pick the one farthest away from myself. Whoever's got the majority is going to put one of their knights in the boat first. Then the second place person will put their, until the boat's full.
Okay.
That particular boat only has seats for 4 guys.
That is the smallest one I can see here. Yeah.
So any of those guys that don't fit, that's where this player board is mentioned at the beginning of the game. And if you want it, you get to take the edict token and put it on your, on your player board. And coins.
So area control a little bit, but then if your people don't fit, you'll get a little bonus out of them for coming over here. You can trigger some special powers.
And they're, I forgot the cards.
Ooh, and some nice cards.
There's some nice cards in player color again, and they are going to all be the same for everybody. The ones with the green shields are safe, kind of considered a safe action.
Okay.
The ones with the swords are kind of a risky action. What's going to happen is everyone's going to play a card at the same time. If 2 of you play the same card, you are going to have to take the penalty for playing the same card, which is not fun. But if nobody else has played the card, your benefit is much greater than playing it safe with the safe card.
Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah. So are there 3? So 3 safe, 3 risky, and they're sort of versions of each other. Is that the idea?
I think I got all the blue guys out. Is this guy blue?
No,
he's green.
So 3
yes.
and 3. Yep. Okay, interesting. A little bit of a push your luck there then.
Add an incentive for the end of the game. Bonus
scoring. Cool. How long is the gameplay? Do you know?
That is about an hour-long game, and it's 3 to 5 players. And this one is also a 14 plus. 14
plus available now.
Available now.
Yeah, right now. Okay. Excellent. Awesome. Well, Nikki, I think that's a good overview of lots of very different games, actually.
Yeah.
Got the kids game. You've got a little area control, and of course, the big Immortals box we took a look at earlier. Thanks very much for coming by and showing all this off. And thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you real soon.
Hi everybody, Rob Oren as always here at the Origin 2017 Summer Preview. I have from Queen Games none other than the wonderful Nikki. How are you, Nikki?
Hi, good.
Great to have you here. It's good to finally meet you. Well, there you go. We got a bunch of questions from everybody, so we'll try not to keep you here too long.
Okay.
But they wanted to know the price point for Immortals.
I can say we're thinking about 70.
Okay.
But I cannot say that is 100% correct.
Okay. And will that be the production copy? Is it going to be that big?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's like a Shogun box or one of our big boxes, but it's about an half of an inch taller than one of our big boxes.
Oh.
So the front's the same scale, but the height is a little thicker.
And that's like the next question. Are you going to be able to put that dice tower in there?
Oh yeah, I can. It's in there now. We even have the tray set up for it.
That's amazing. I took a look at that. I said, I've got to have that.
Yeah.
I've got to have that.
The dice tower's already, the tower part's already built and in the box.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Expansions for Armageddon. Are there going to be any?
I haven't heard anything about expansions for Armageddon, so.
Okay.
No.
Deluxe edition for Shogun.
Okay. That's new to me too.
Okay.
I'm not
Boy,
being very
they're
helpful.
looking. Would you categorize Templar as a heavy family game? And is the 14 and up for content or complexity?
Complexity, not for
Okay.
content. And I would say if your children are gamers, they, of course, will need a little bit of your help, but I would say a heavy family game if your children already kind of have that gamer instinct.
Okay. The next question was, are there going to be any expansions for Treasure Hunter?
That one I don't think so.
No?
We had the
Sorry,
Goblins
guys.
loot, and it's around, it's hard to find, but I think that was as far as we were going with that one.
All right. And that's pretty much everything we got for you. I want to thank you so much for coming by and spending time and showing off all your wonderful works. You guys make great games. You're doing a great job. Hey, thank you so much. It was so nice to meet you.
Right, yeah.
All right. Send it over. Thanks so much.
It's the Origin Summer Preview 2017. We're at the Dice Tower. I'm Z Garcia. This would appear to be two people, but this is Dr. Witz. I'll let them tackle that one in just 1 second. We're taking a look at a game from Dr. Witz that is just 18 cards. Fellas, introduce yourselves and tell me all about it.
I'm Austin. I'm Aaron. And together we are Dr. Witz. And this is You Fool. You Fool, in You Fool, clowns are, circus clowns are coming out of their tiny clown car and trying to form a small human pyramid. But one of the four is not able to make it into the display and gets a pie to the face for the entertainment of all. You Fool is a bluffing negotiation game for 3 to 4 clowns, being produced by Button Shy Games.
Okay.
And it is a game where you have to juggle your allegiances, or you may find yourself to be the fool, and you don't want to be the fool. So on a turn, there's going to be a lead clown, and the lead clown is going to have these action cards face down in front of them.
Okay.
And the important thing here is that the lead clown gets to tell the other clowns, gets to assign the other clowns the cards and in which order they're going to be in. But the lead clown does not get to look at any of these cards. Instead, the other clowns get to peek at it and then try to influence the lead clown as to who should get what card. Give him that one.
And I think he should get this one.
You should get that one. Well, I don't trust either of you, so I'm going to take this one, and maybe I'll give you this one.
Perfect.
So the game will end when three clowns get to the top of the pyramid.
Okay.
And thus the one who is left out becomes the fool.
Okay.
Or the clown who is at the top of the pyramid, if they get the ball action, they get bopped out of the tent back down to the clown car, and this pie clock ticks down, and if there's a second clown that gets bopped out of the top, it clicks down to pi.
The dreaded pi clock.
And then they become the fool.
Got it. Okay.
So the game takes about 20 minutes to play.
So would I know which clown is mine during the whole game then? That's public information.
Yes, it's public information.
You're just trying you're trying to negotiate to be the one that gets the action to put you at the top. Okay.
Well,
and how much you can trust other people to say, no, definitely give them this.
Right.
And you know who you trust, who you don't trust, when and why. That's the game.
Allegiances are made and broken every single round of this game.
Interesting. Cool.
And this game is
available from Bunchai Games. If you're a Patreon member of the Bunchai Patreon, you can pre-order the game now.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can order the game July 10th, and they will ship July 10th. The game costs $12 plus shipping.
$12, little game, folks. Little quick bluffing 20-minute game. 18 cards, is that right?
That's right.
That's right.
It's 18 cards.
So fit it right in your pocket, take it with you, do some good bluffing.
The game is actually designed, the packaging is a wallet. So it's a wallet game.
A wallet game.
So you would get a vinyl wallet with the game in it, so you can flip it right in your pocket and take it on the go.
Cool, and this is up to 4 players, is that right?
It's 3 or 4 players.
3 or 4 players, okay. Excellent, guys, really neat. Coming out July
10th. And there's an initial run of just 250.
Okay.
And after those 250 are sold, we don't know when they're going to publish another run of it.
Sounds good. Excellent. Thanks for showing it to me, fellas. And thank you all for tuning in. Anything else you want to add? We're good?
No.
We're wonderful.
Do you want some pie?
I think I need to count down the pie clock first, but thanks for checking it out. You fool!
You fool.
Hi everybody, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Origins Summer Preview 2017. I'm still Z Garcia. This is Leo Wild, the coolest named person I've had come through here yet. Mayday Games. We're going to be taking a look here at Macroscope. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, before we get the audience too excited, as someone pointed out, this does not fit in this box.
This is a convention special that Daedalus Productions built for us.
Is the game you would be getting in this box. But we're going to take a look at the big one, because you have it here. It's awesome looking. Tell me what's going on in this game, Leo.
So Macroscope is a picture identification game.
Okay.
So on the big version, you can see that there's lots of numbers, and they match the pips on the die.
Okay.
So you roll the die, and based on the die roll...
Okay, am I rolling both then?
You roll them both.
All right, here we go. And I'll tell you what it was. I rolled a 3.
So you rolled a 1 and a 2.
Oh, okay.
So from there, you can take any one of the ones. There's 2 1s and there's 2 2s on the board.
Oh, okay.
So you can pick any one you want. We're going to try and guess this picture.
I'm going to take this one here and remove it. Oh, it's blank.
White space.
Wah, wah. Okay.
So from there, you can either guess the picture, which you're probably not going to do from white space. That's a little difficult.
I think I'm going to pass on that.
All right. Now. You would take a gem, which counts for your victory points.
Okay. Got it.
To show that you removed something from there.
Take a gem.
Then you can either pass, or you can actually use the 1 and pick another tile off of there.
Oh man, I'm going to let you give this a shot. I'm not very good at it.
I'm going to give it a roll and see if we get 2 4s.
You rolled 2 4s. Okay.
Let's see. We're going to pull this number 4. I'm just as bad. More white space.
Okay. And I'm going to have a go at it then. I rolled a 4 and a 5.
Well, that'll give us some information.
I'm going to remove that 5. Ooh.
Tiny little spot right there.
I'm going to guess it is I can guess, right?
You can guess.
And you would have had a gem as well.
Yeah, if you guess too soon, you're going to lose points.
Oh, okay.
If you guess it early, you get the points for the rings that are still on there.
I see.
But if you guess and are wrong, then you lose that number of points.
I'm feeling brave. I'm feeling, if you'll excuse the pun, I'm feeling wild.
That's perfect.
I'm going to guess that is a leaf.
I don't think it's a leaf. I'm going to challenge.
Okay.
And so if you want to challenge, you have to pay that player 2 gems.
Got it.
And then I'm going to say that it's a boat anchor. I don't know. We're both guessing from there.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
And so we would.
So then we would reveal the picture.
Okay, right.
You'd pull it up and you'd guess.
I feel like I've been had. I have a sneaking suspicion.
Yes, this would be
Leo had some insider information.
A boat anchor.
I want my money back. Okay, very cool.
So from there, I would get the number of gems based on the pieces. We'd put all the discs back on and we'd shuffle to a new picture.
And these are randomized, the numbers
randomized wherever you go.
Right.
Just throw them on there wherever.
Okay, very cool.
You play 10 rounds. At the end of 10 rounds, whoever has the most points wins.
And that's it.
And that's it.
Macroscope.
That's Macroscope. Now, based on a review that Tom Vassell did of the game,
I've heard of that guy.
We added a variant.
Okay.
So instead of using the gems and the die, you just take turns removing the discs.
Okay.
And then as soon as you think you know what it is, you write your guess down and the number of discs that are remaining.
Got it.
And that becomes your points. There's no penalty for guessing early, but then your guess is locked. You're stuck with that guess. You can't change your answer. And you go until everybody's guessed or all the discs are removed, and then you reveal the picture. The person who has the most points at the end of 10 rounds wins that way.
Got it.
So it just removes the gems and the die rolling.
A little more strategic maybe, a little more push your luck perhaps without the dice. Okay.
Yep.
Sounds
a lot
neat.
of the outside ones don't give you a whole lot of information. The inside ones do, so you can kind of say, well, I'm going to just give you a tiny bit of information, and then eventually you'll get pushed into revealing something towards the middle. They'll give a lot of information.
Really neat. So how many images come in the one you can actually buy here, which is, again, this one?
There are 200 sheets of paper, double-sided, so 400 pictures.
400, and a full game is 10.
A full game is 10 rounds,
so that's quite a few games. Very cool. When is this coming out? When can we get our hands on it?
So it came out for Origins. It's not available in retail stores yet. We expect the retail release to be next week.
Okay, so you can almost get it, or if you are here, you can get it.
You can get it. Retails for $30. It plays 2 to 6 players and is 30 minutes in playtime.
Sounds good. Thanks for showing it to us. I'm going to have to get a rematch from Leo, but we'll do it off camera. Because I'm not settling for that whole, maybe it's an anchor. He knew that was an anchor.
I did.
Good talking to you,
All
my
right.
friend.
Thank
Thanks
you,
very
Z.
much. And thank you, folks, for tuning in. We'll see you real soon.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, you're gonna do Q&A?
Yeah, yeah.
How you doing? It's Rob again with Mayday Games, and we got Ryan with us. Let's take a look at this big bad boy. I mean, are you guys actually going to put this out at some point?
The big version?
Yeah, the big
jury's
version.
out, right? But for now, this is just showing it off at the con, getting people excited.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Now, the other one comes with 200 copies. Is there going to be more pictures that you can get over time?
200 sheets.
200 sheets, both sides, 400.
400. Yeah, there's definitely easily expandable. So
Easy
if
expandable?
the game takes off, and we can do expansions very easily.
Now, can people make their own things
Yeah,
to put
people
in
can
there?
make their own. Yeah.
See, there's
It'd be
something
great.
that you can
As long
do.
as that fits in the microscope.
This is just amazing. Now, it's on sale here. How you guys doing with it? I mean, is it moving pretty good?
Yeah, it's moving really well here for us. As a new release to the United States here at Origins, it's done really well for us so far. So
That's great.
It's getting a great reception.
Now, the other thing is do you guys still got a lot left? I mean, Saturday's coming. For you guys that are coming to Origins on Saturday, you're definitely going to want to get your hands on this. This is really cool. I really like this. I think I'm going to run over and get one for my kids.
Yeah, come grab one.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
A lot of replayability. Even it works well with adults, kids. So.
Now, did he really know that was an anchor, or did he guess? I mean, he caught. I mean, that was pretty good.
Spot on. He's pretty good.
I see. I'm not that good at this.
No, I'm not either. No, I'm the one that has to wait till they're almost all revealed, and I get like 2 points.
That's fantastic. Okay, Macroscope from Mayday Games. Ryan, thank you so much for
Always
coming
a
by.
pleasure. Thank you.
Good luck with this. Make sure you go check out their booth today, tomorrow, and Sunday.
Sunday, yeah.
There you go.
What day is it?
I don't even know. You don't even remember what day it is after a while. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Oh, no, it just.
Attention attendees, Origins and the American Red Cross have blood drive
All right. Let's see. Who are we going to go look at? Oh, there goes Eric. Look at Eric. He's still. Look at him go. He's so funny. All right. How's that?
Hey folks, welcome back to the Summer Origins Preview 2017 with the Dice Tower. I'm Mark, and I'm here with Randall from Catalyst Game Labs. Show us what you brought us.
So this is Dragonfire. About 3 years ago, we published a game called Shattering Crossfire that did really well, had a lot of excitement about it. Actually, I believe some people here on Dice Tower really liked it as well. And we've taken that great engine and we've gotten a license from Wizards of the Coast to be doing a Dungeons and Dragons deck
very
builder.
Cool.
And they've been fantastic to work with. It's been just one of those dream projects of, you know, sometimes I sit giggling in my chair that I'm working on something for Dungeons and Dragons.
That's right.
So, like a deck builder game, you're going to be starting out with a minimum number of cards in your hand.
Okay.
And then you're going to be facing monsters. Okay. Because, of course, monsters, right? So then you're going to be rolling these encounters up at the start of a game. Each one of us is going to face a different encounter.
Okay, but it's cooperative?
Cooperative, absolutely cooperative. And that, so when you're playing your cards out of your hand, you're not just looking at yourself, you're actually looking who can I hit all over the table.
Right.
Okay. And sometimes it's more important to let yourself get hit because, for example, I'm only taking 1 point. And I've got a fair amount of hit points. Okay.
Right.
You do 2, but you're also taking 2 points, and your track is a little bit longer than mine. Okay. So then you're going to be playing various cards that are these different class types: your Devotion, Martial, Deception, and Arcane, and trying to match up with these icons on the damage tracks. Okay. And as you do, then you're going to throw a clip on here and you're going to say, okay, I was able to defeat these 2 levels, and keep going around.
Go around, okay.
Now obviously some of these tracks are really long. How could I possibly do that on one turn? Well, there's 2 ways for that. One is there's assists. So on the spiritual weapon right here, I don't know if you can see that, you have your standard play stats, but you also have an assist down here, which means it can be played on another player's turn. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna whip all these
turn these
around.
around.
Okay, I should have set that up differently.
That's all right.
And so right here you have these 2 assists. That means that you could play it on my turn, giving me this additional damage that I need to go ahead and clear a level.
All right.
Also, of course, as you defeat monsters, you're going to be paying gold out. And it's cooperative, so everybody gets a share of this gold.
Nice.
Okay. And then you spend that gold to buy more powerful cards, because you're starting out with pretty basic cards.
Basic stuff.
With just ones on here. Now you have some up here with multiple numbers, as well as some really big abilities that assist you. Okay. Now, a lot of that is fairly standard to Crossfire. But one of the great things that a lot of deck builders don't necessarily have, and that really helped to set the Crossfire engine apart, was the Dragonfire deck. Okay,
yes.
And this is the pressure on the game. This is the orcs breathing down your neck as you're sprinting down that dungeon tunnel trying to get away. So at the end, or at the start of every turn, you're going to be flipping one of those over, and you're going to read its effects.
Okay.
And that's going to apply for the round. And if you get to the end of a round and you haven't defeated all your encounters, then you're going to rotate that down. And now this is Dragonfire level count 1. Okay. And then you roll up a new card and a new effect. However, each time there's another effect, the cards get harder and harder. For example, up here with the Orog, he's got a really wicked ability up at 8, okay, which is that each time he attacks, you have to discard some cards out of your hand.
Okay.
But that only applies if you're clear up at 8. So it's this incentive, this pressure to try to get through it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. If you get stunned, which means if you take enough hit points to go all the way down to stunned, then you kind of have to shuffle all of your cards together because you just got knocked on your face. Okay. You also take an exhausted token, which means that at the end of your turn, instead of drawing 2 cards, you're drawing 1 because you're not doing quite so well. And if you take more damage while exhausted, you're immediately unconscious and out. Now, you're only out for the scene. Because the majority of Dragonfire games will play out across 3 scenes. So once the rest of the monsters have been cleared, you're going to take a short rest. Everybody's going to get an HP bump. You're going to get a chance to buy some more cards. And anyone that was put out of the game, now we're back in. Still a little weak, but you're still back in and playing. So you get that sense of you got knocked down and out, but now suddenly I'm not sitting off to the sidelines for a while. Okay. Now all of that is pretty awesome. I think some of the great things that we pulled in then for the Dungeons and Dragons flavor was skill checks. So skill checks and saving throws are pretty as quintessential as you can imagine.
Absolutely.
So skill checks and saving throws are the exact same mechanics, but saving throws are on monsters and skill checks are on characters. So if I'm forced to make a skill check or choose to make a skill check, such as the perception where I'm trying to pickpocket and get myself some more gold, and roll up the card, and if it matches my screen, I succeed. If it didn't, which, of course, I should be succeeding most of the time because I'm blue, if I fail, it goes away. In all instances, I'm going to go ahead and bury that card. Okay. If you buy mostly on your color, then you're increasing your proficiency in making those skill checks.
Very nice.
If you buy off color, which sometimes a card comes up and the team decides, you know what, we really need the flaming oil that's going to be able to hit multiple encounters, and you're like, okay, I'll go ahead and pull it in, even though it's maybe make me a little weaker in some of these skill checks areas. So that's just one of a couple of examples in there of how we brought that flavor in.
Wow. And so how do the scenes work? Are they like more storytelling in there?
There is, in the sense that, well, each one of these cards has some flavor text at the beginning that helps to show exactly what happened that brought this particular thing about. Once the scene is done, really the storytelling is the pressure that you're under, okay? Because let's say we go ahead and have this and we cleared out all of these encounters. Okay. Now, the next scene is you're going to roll out a number of encounters plus 1 equal to the number of players.
but you're going to start from the harder deck based upon the number of Dragonfire. Okay, so right now, that's going to give us 2, Ow, the Fomorian and the Cyclops. Then you rotate back the half ogre and the swarming zombies, okay? So obviously if you're looking at, say, the swarming zombies tract compared to the Fomorian tract, he is a much more difficult beast, okay? He's up in the, if you were looking at D&D challenge ratings, these guys are 1 to 5, these are up in the 6 to 10, okay? You also notice on here, if you're able to see, this says tokens, okay? There's actually another element that we brought in for Dragonfire in that Dungeons & Dragons often has the swarmy monsters feel to it, okay? And so tokens give us that sense. In this instance, you have to defeat the tokens first, and it takes 2 colorless damage to do so. And if you don't, then he's going to sit there and whack you for 1 in addition to this.
Oh, wow, okay.
Now, this one's actually a little tame. We have others that might bring 3 tokens all out at once, okay?
Right.
So there's lots of good flavor there.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, this is a standard game. However, just like Crossfire, we have campaign play.
Nice.
So
Good.
it's experience points and stickers, which I could have swore I brought some, but apparently I didn't.
Okay.
But on your character cards, you have these slots that you can unlock.
Oh, nice.
And
Yes.
as you gain that experience points, you have bigger and better stickers that then you're going to peel off and put on the stickers. And we've really embraced the subclasses within D&D. So for example, on the rogue character, you can either be a thief or an arcane trickster. And as you pick that one arcane trickster sticker, suddenly there's a whole set of unique stickers that only somebody with the arcane trickster can take.
Okay.
So not only do you have several good generic deception, you can even dive down into those subclasses.
Great. All right, what else did you bring?
Okay, so we'll go ahead and just kind
slide
of
this over.
slide this all off. Oh, and as a last bit, dragonfire.com is a website for the site. I'm up there blogging every week.
Okay.
About the development of it, sharing a lot of the insight, showing off new art. So please check that out. So next we have Shadowrun Zero Day.
Okay.
So Shadowrun Zero Day is a 2-player hacking game for deckers. Okay, you got this gorgeous pieces of art here.
Yes, indeed.
Cityscapes, okay. So on each turn, we're each going to have a deck of cards. You want to go ahead and grab yourself 4 of those. Okay. We're going to have some countermeasures here. We're going to have some data cards and some tokens. Okay.
Okay.
So on a particular turn, you can go ahead and show that.
Yep.
So the goal of the game is that this is a zero-day attack. So the mega corporations of the 6th world have released some new software, and we're immediately hacking into it because, of course, as we know, all software is incredibly buggy on its day of release. Okay, so then you're trying to get inside that. So on your turn, you can play tools where the cards are out of your hand, and you color match those tools. So for example, if I play a deception card, then I would put a mark token on the card. Okay. I can play any number of cards, but they must all be the same color. Okay. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to get up to this target number of 7. And as soon as you do, you're able to score. However, you can go ahead and be playing cards and putting marks on there as well.
I see. Okay. So it's
So it's a combination of all the marks on it. Now, if you won, you're going to go ahead and get this card. You're going to go ahead and get your token. But I'm going to get one of these data cards. And the data cards are what actually score the tokens. So even as you lose, you're getting a little bit of a leverage to help you level up. Okay. If you play a card where there is no matching colors, then you've found a weakness inside the countermeasures, and you can start placing your tokens directly on the corporation cards.
Okay, great.
And you, if you score 3 of the cards, then the game ends, and you're going to go ahead and wrap up your points. It's about a 15-20 minute game. Moves incredibly fast, but it's really enjoyable to play.
Yeah, great. What else did you bring?
Okay, so our last one. He's just pushing that all off to the side. So the last one is Masters of Orion.
Okay.
For those that don't know it, it is a very long and storied computer game. One of the quintessential RTS games out there. Wargaming.net just released a computer game for it last year, a new iteration of it, and we are putting out a dueling deck builder game.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So what's going to happen? Those would be the starting cards that you have. Yep. Each side is going to have an empire row, and this is somewhat reminiscent of other deck builder, dueling deck builder games out there.
Yeah.
So you're going to have an empire row, okay? And then on your turn, you're going to be playing all of your cards. Okay. And as usual, I play all 5 cards out of my hand. I'm then going to be drawing 5 cards.
Yeah, okay.
You always play your scout phase first. So there's an exploration phase.
Right.
There's then a production phase, and then there's the attack phase. And so if I played my scout, okay, that's going to allow me to take one of these cards that I'm exploring and rotate it down into the exploration row.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take a token and I'm going to put that on it. Now the reason that's important is right now it's going to take me 6 production to get this, but I've scouted it out, so now it only takes me 5 production.
Okay.
Okay. And I can continue to do that each time. Both players on your turn, you might play your scout and you might try to snag that from me with higher values. So if I put too much exploration on there and suddenly I don't have a scout and you do, you might be able to snake that from me.
You.
Okay?
Okay.
As you're then attacking, you are then, well first, you're spending your production. Once you get these planets, you're going to pull these in with your home world. And then you're going to spend this production both to buy additional worlds as well as to buy additional ships for your fleets.
Cool.
The reason you're doing that is because the goal is to depopulate the home world of the other player.
Of the other player. Great.
And so you can put planets in the way to stop that.
Interesting. Okay.
The last 2 cool elements of the game, and I hope I'm not running over time here on you.
But go ahead.
The last 2 elements is we have fleet and command formations.
Okay.
If I can find one here. So some of the cards will say that if it, let's say a cruiser might say, if a destroyer is in the formation, I get this ability.
Okay.
So you're trying to play multiple formations together.
Okay.
The other thing is the command ability, which is if I play enough different class types, I get more and more command points that then I can spend on defense and attack and so on.
Okay, great.
So another great 2-player,
excellent.
really fast, 35, 40-minute game.
Good. All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
All right, folks, stay tuned for more.
Thank you.
you like to come over here?
Hey folks, welcome back to the Q&A table here at the Origins Summer Preview. I'm here with Randall from Catalyst Game Labs, and we're just going to have a few questions from the interwebs for you to answer, and we're going to do a couple here that are on the bottom. First of all, is there any news about a Shadowrun board game?
We actually are playtesting a board game up in the room. I was up till like 3 a.m. And I'm going to be back up there tonight. So we're pretty close to finally being able to announce it. I don't have more details than that.
Okay.
But absolutely, we have one in the works. I think it's going to be a great game, and when we have news, we'll share it.
Okay, good. So it's in the pipes. All right. If Master of Orion sells well, is there an idea for a whole board game for Master of Orion?
Absolutely.
Okay.
To be honest, as I'm playing Star Trek Ascendancy, which is a wonderful game, the whole time I'm like, man, this would really skin well with Masters of Orion. But yes, if this does well, we're already in talks with them about what's the next big thing we can do, and a big, robust board game is a must.
Okay. All right. So then we have a couple of others about some games that you didn't mention.
Sure.
And then we're going to get down to Dragonfire and some of that stuff. So first of all, any plans for reprinting any of the various expansion tile sets for the Duke?
Actually, we're just starting to do that. The current Duke edition, we're going to be reprinting it as a slightly different edition. The Lord's Legacy edition is what we're calling it. And we're taking out some of the tiles that, the communities let us know is, not too much the sticker tiles, the mountains and the flags.
Okay.
And then we're actually taking the Arthurian Legends, folding that in there, as well as 6 brand new tiles.
Cool.
And so that'll be the first one that's about to head to print in about 2 weeks. And then we are looking at those older tiles to put them back in print in an additional expansion box, or we're not exactly sure. And then we have a whole new slew of like 3 or 4 new expansions that have almost all been built and play tested, and we're just looking to how do we schedule those to release them.
Okay, cool. What about some of those hard to find promo tiles?
The promo tiles are harder to do. I'm not sure whether we're going to take those and actually release them. But it's, we are always looking at, how's the best way to do that. We want to make sure that in some instances we said, these were Gen Con exclusives, and we don't want to take away from that.
Yeah.
But we'll always be looking at how we might repurpose those and get them back out to the community.
Okay. Are there any expansions in the works for Shadowrun Crossfire?
Absolutely. We had one that was sort of close, and then this other beast came along and devoured it all and my soul over the last 6 months.
Okay.
So once Dragonfire gets out and the pipeline is really starting to go, we're going to be able to repivot and really effectively start supporting Crossfire. We have a reprint in the works. About 3 or 4 weeks, that'll head back to reprint as well, so we can get that out there as well.
Okay, so it is going to be reprinted.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So even though the engines are very similar, the gameplays are enough different that you can play and experience both and enjoy both. So they're definitely worth both having on the shelf.
Okay. About how different of a feel, I guess you could say, is Dragonfire from Crossfire?
Well, probably the most important thing is Crossfire is appropriate to the dystopian future of Shadowrun, punches you in the face over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And then when you're lying on the ground, keeps doing it. And
this is true.
And Dragonfire is a lot more forgiving.
Okay.
So
that was another question.
It's not. I wouldn't say it's a ton easier, but it is certainly more forgiving. There's more hit points on the characters. Again, it felt really good for Shadowrun, but you make a big mistake and there's no coming back from it sometimes.
Right.
Whereas Dragonfire, there's lots of ways to go, I kind of messed up that turn, but this other turn I'm going to be able to make up for that.
Okay.
And so the flavors are, we think definitely with, I was describing some of the saving throws, some of the other elements in the way the exhausted occurs, because you no longer, one of your characters goes completely unconscious and suddenly the entire thing is aborted, that whole thing is gone.
Okay.
So we've taken some things out that didn't feel good for Dungeons & Dragons and changed those, and that's where it feels it's like its own game.
Okay, but as far as mechanically speaking, give us percentage.
Maybe 60%, 70% the same.
Okay. All right, cool.
Now, is there a guy who really likes the combat mechanisms from Leviathan's wondering if it's going to be used in another game?
I love that system to death. Obviously, it's my game.
Yeah.
And we, well, first of all, we've always still wanting to, you know, can we salvage Leviathans in some way? And
right.
And for those that care, you know, you can email me or something. My email's out there and ask me about it. I've told a million stories about the production issues of it. So we still want to see it and bring it back. That being said, I've actually tried to take that system and work with one or two other properties. And we had one that I can't talk about, but it had been almost completely finished.
Yeah.
And then ultimately it didn't pan out. And so absolutely, we are looking at, you know, again, I like this system. So we are trying to see, you know, how can we take what is still, I think, a pretty unique system and rotate that into a different way to bring it back out for people.
Knock on all the doors and wait for one to open.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. All right, now to Dragonfire. First of all, there was a question: is there a campaign mode? You answered that. You answered that one.
And I, by the way, I didn't even get into the magic items.
Okay.
So even with all the cool stickers that you have, every time you complete an adventure, you're going to get an opportunity to get magic items. And just like, again, pulling in that flavor of the D&D where the GM's rolling up on those tables,
right,
and you get a random selection and you're like, well, I'm not sure this is going to work for me now, but maybe I'll save it for later. It's the same thing. Based upon your level of your characters, you'll pull from either an uncommon deck or a rare deck and magic items, and you're going to pull these up and go, wow, this is exactly what I wanted, or oh, I'm not sure, can I trade with you, or I'm going to hold on to this and this could be cool later on.
Right.
And then you got to figure out how to plug those best in to maximize your power. So there's lots of cool campaign play there.
Are there ways to get rid of cards from your hand, to cull them if you don't want them in your hand or something like that?
Actually, there's almost nothing that does that, because that's actually one of the unique elements of the Crossfire engine.
Okay.
That every other deck builder pretty much under the sun allows you to cull out starting cards.
Yeah.
And this part of the game is that you have to deal around it, but there's also lots of good mechanisms of how they can still be actually quite useful in your hand.
Okay. All right, cool. Will there be more scenarios in Dragonfire than there was in Crossfire?
Yes, absolutely. Again, Crossfire was fantastic and we really loved it. There were definitely some bumpiness to the release of it, shall we say.
Okay, yeah.
And part of that was not supporting it nearly as much as we wish we could have.
Okay.
And also listening to the flans. In fact, I believe the single biggest ones was, why is there no, it's too hard. Why is there no 5 or 6 player options?
Yeah.
And can we have more adventures? And we've addressed all 3 of those in this game.
That's cool.
And also, like 3 nights ago, we were up in the hotel room playtesting both the base game as well as like the first 5 expansions all simultaneously. So we are well down the road for a lot of great
Definitely
support.
working ahead.
Yep.
All right, good. Will you be able to play Dragonfire with more than 4? I think you already answered that, but just reiterate it.
Absolutely, 5 and 6, and in fact, it would originally was going to be 3 to 6.
Okay.
Because I remember thinking to myself, I'm not sure I'd want to play this at 2. We don't really have rules for that.
Yeah.
And when we launched the website about a month ago, man, it's already been a month. We had a whole host of people like 2-player, I want a 2-player. And so we really took a hard look at it based upon that great feedback, and we're able to figure out how to do that. So it's absolutely well supported from 2 up to 6 players.
Okay, are there different roles in Dragonfire?
Absolutely.
As there were?
Well, one of the things that I just kind of ran out of time, there's so much, you
absolutely, no worries.
One of the great things, so again, in Shadowrun, because it fits Shadowrun, there's 4 roll cards, and then you have 5 races, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And you can do a little mixing and matching, but it doesn't really change the way in which you're playing so much.
Right.
But in Dungeons & Dragons 1, that didn't fit. I can't switch, mix and match up. If I start to be a cleric, I'm a cleric. That's who I am.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And so if I start down that path, I must stay that path. So we've actually built what I think is going to be one of the best parts of the game, which is the base game has 16 total character screen sheets, 12 unique, and then releasing with it is a pack of 32 additional unique characters. Every one of those, the races and class combine to create a unique set of your starting gold, starting hand, starting hit points, and your equipment pack of your basic cards.
Okay.
So you might have a rogue half-elf, and I might have the wizard half-elf, and the stats that we start off playing are actually different.
Okay.
And so I think we're hoping that that's going to create a lot of great fun. As you're going to be like, no, the Tiefling Wizard is the best wizard, and here's why. And I'm going to be like, no way.
Right.
Gold Dwarf is the best, and here's why.
Gotcha.
So it's a much more robust system that you almost get a little bit of deck building before you even get into the deck building.
Cool. All right, so finally, what's the release date and MSRP for Dragonfire?
MSRP is $60. We are going to have it at Gen Con, hopefully oodles and mountains of it. And then probably September, maybe October. It's a little hard to tell right at this point. But as soon as we have solid details, we'll be releasing it. Dragonfire.com, Dragonfirethegame.com is a website. I'm up there weekly posting dev blogs about a crap ton of back behind the scenes stuff.
Okay.
Whole bunch of sneak previews of cards and design decisions. And why we did X as opposed to Y.
Right.
And as soon as we have released data, we'll be shouting it up there.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your time, Rick.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right, thanks you guys for your questions. We'll send it back over to Mark in just a few moments. Stay tuned. All right.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Origins Summer Preview with the Dice Tower. I'm Mark. I'm here with David from Obscure Reference Games. Tell us about what this is.
Sure. This is Overlords of Infamy. In Overlords of Infamy, you get to be an evil overlord with the goal of making everyone as miserable as possible by doing some very ridiculous things.
Nice.
Like blanketing the region in glitter.
Okay.
Or throttling internet speeds to 56K, dividing by 0, that kind of thing.
Nice.
Very silly and tongue-in-cheek,
Yeah.
but still a lot of strategy.
Okay.
So, give you an idea of the gameplay.
How's the turn work?
Everybody gets to be an evil overlord. There's 11 of them. So,
Nice.
for example, we have the Dead Pirate Roberts.
Nice.
We have Waffles. This one's really popular. We have Tyranno de Bergerac. And each of them come with their own lair. So the lairs are specific to each of the overlords.
Yep. So
And
they go in these corners.
Right. They go in the corners. So to give you an idea of how that works, so set it up in the corner, and then everybody gets their own set of these meeples that they can use. These are your lackeys.
Okay.
And one thing that we do with the lackeys, for anybody who's colorblind, is each of the lackeys has a different shape, so it's easier to tell them apart when they're on the board.
Nice, okay.
So you take 3 of your lackeys and you place them into your barracks there, and you're going to be working on one of your nefarious plots. Everybody starts out with the basic plots. They're called knavery. So some of them blanket the region in glitter. This one is opening a vegan restaurant chain that secretly serves meat. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. So what you're trying to do is collect the resources that are located at the bottom of the card.
Okay.
So there are little symbols that are shown. And you're going to send your lackeys out to these various areas on the board. So some of them are printed on there already if you can build out to that area. But what you're going to want to do is exploit the land, which means taking 2 map tiles, and you choose one of them that you want to keep. You put it adjacent to your lair, and you put the other at the bottom of the map tile stack.
Okay.
So sending your lackeys out then lets you collect that resource.
I see. Okay,
you get it
yes.
immediately, and as soon as you have enough to complete your plot, you read what you did in your best evil overlord voice, which is quite a bit of the humor right there.
What are the different resources?
Different resources, sure. So we have Conjure Ore, which is basically magic crystals.
Okay.
We have Fauna, represented by this little cow token here. Water, which is a water droplet,
Right.
which I know is really hard to tell. We have Scrap, represented by this scrap metal.
Okay.
Food is a carrot. Wood, and Spark Tech, which is this planet's word for electricity.
Okay.
We're not playing on planet Earth, we're playing on planet Fred, which is very
Planet
similar to
Fred.
Earth, but a little different. So those are the resources. All those come painted. They're wooden pieces. Everything in the game's wooden. These relics here are also all wooden. That's something we unlocked during the Kickstarter.
Cool.
One of the things that you're going to be doing is preventing the adventuring hero from coming and killing your lackeys and liberating the land that you've rightfully exploited. Yeah. So there's a world tension tracker down here. Every time that you harvest a resource, recruit a lackey, or complete one of your plots, you move that forward by 1. So if it hits the 3, 6, or 9 during your turn, the next player gets to roll the die and move the adventuring hero that many spaces.
Okay.
If it runs into a lackey, your lackey is defeated, taken off the board. If it runs into an unoccupied map space, he can liberate it by burning it to the ground.
Nice.
And After he does that, he runs back to the center with the resource that was on that tile.
Okay.
So the hero can start completing their own quest. This is a variant rule that we added in, but it also allows for solo play and for the 5th player expansion. So for example, the hero might be trying to offer decent pay and healthcare to his lackeys.
Oh, of course.
Or Mr. Overlord, tear down this wall. That's a quote by the hero. These are some of the quests that they could complete. If you're playing with the hero as AI and the hero completes 3 of his quests, then everyone loses, regardless of how far you are in the game. If you're playing with the hero as a player in the 5-player game, they're going to be trying to complete a certain number of their quests based on how many world events you're playing to. So, which I guess I should explain. When the world tension gets to 10, a world event happens.
Oh, what are those events like?
They could be good, they could be bad, they could do nothing at all.
Okay, all right, good.
So let's see. This one that happens to be on top. Should have invested more in the space program. So what this one does is it makes meteorites rain down on the land, and each Overlord rolls the die and destroys that many map tiles.
Oh my gosh.
Of the Overlord to their right.
To the right? That's awesome.
Yeah, so that one, some of the other ones in here, into the Maelstrom, all Overlords pass their current nefarious plot to the Overlord on the left. Things like that. It's really silly. And there's 77 world events in the full game. We recommend going to 10 world events in a normal 4-player game. So if you were to play with the recommended amount, you can go through the game 7.5 times without repeating a single one.
That looks really fun.
Right. And all of the 11 Overlords also have their own special abilities. They all play a little bit differently. And again, it's a different experience every time you play.
And you said there's a solo variant then?
There is a solo variant.
So you can do, is it 1 to 4?
It's 1 to 5.
1 to 5,
So in the 5-player game, it's 4 Overlords and 1 adventuring hero.
Okay.
It's slightly asymmetrical there. In the solo game, you are trying to complete a certain number of nefarious plots to earn misery points. A certain amount of misery points before the hero completes 3 of his quests. So you can make that harder. So it has mechanisms to make it harder on you or make it easier on you, depending on how comfortable you are with the solo mechanic.
How long is the game?
If you use our recommended number of world events and everyone knows how to play, we say it's about 60 to 90 minutes.
Okay.
But the length is actually variable. So if you start the game, you say, hey, I only want to play till 5 world events, so you're playing maybe a 45-minute game.
Okay, cool.
Or if you decide you want to play for 12 hours, you say, let's go to 40 world events. Why not?
Wow, okay. Well, great. Well, thanks for stopping by and showing us.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. All right, folks, stay tuned for more.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Q&A table. We are over here with David Zuckman from Obscure Reference Games. First of all, that's a pretty cool company name.
Thanks.
That's pretty cool.
Well, when we first made the game, it was 5 of us, 4 of us now. We all worked together, and basically all we would do is sit around and make obscure references to each other all day. So
it's natural.
It just made sense.
It just made sense. All right. Cool. All right, so here we go. Can you play cards to mess up other players or influence the movement of the NPC hero?
Yes, actually, now I wish I would have said that. So there are a few different ways for player interaction, so it's not just multiplayer solitaire. So some of the ways to do that is each turn has an espionage phase in it. The espionage phase allows you to interact with other players. For example, it's based on your current level of infamy from 1 to 5.
Okay.
So in the you can do things like look at their plots, that's glean intel, or you could infiltrate their area with your lackeys to steal their resources, or you could steal directly from that overlord.
Okay.
It's things like that. You could also sabotage their plot eventually. But as for cards that do it, Sometimes the world event will have you affect another overlord, and you get to choose how that happens. And then when you get into the later plots, for example, the villainy and the domination level plots, they have an aftermath on them. And that aftermath will cause something to happen to the board or something to happen to another overlord. For example, in the domination level plots, the meanest ones, there's cause a global thermonuclear war, which immediately ends the game. As you would expect.
I'd say that affects other players and influences things a bit. Yeah, just a tad. All right, so I kind of heard you saying, and some of the people on the chat picked up, that the game kind of turns asymmetric with 5 players?
It's asymmetric in that the hero plays differently than the overlords, but only it's similar, but they have different movements. And the heroes are trying to complete their own quests. So normally when you're playing the game, when it gets to the 3, 6, or 9 on the world tension tracker, then it's one of the players gets to roll the die and move the adventuring hero. Now, if there's a live person playing as the hero, in the middle of the turn when it gets to that point, they get to move the hero immediately, and then they have their own turn where they have a couple of options for what they can do. So it is slightly asymmetrical there. The overlords themselves, they all have the same pool of abilities that are available. Or not abilities, but actions. In terms of abilities, each of the 11 overlords has a different special ability.
Is there any protection against those world events that affect different players? Like, will one guy be able to have, I don't know, a card or something like that will protect him from whatever is happening to everybody else?
Sure. No. Short answer, no. There is one card in the game. It's Assemble a Portable Freeze Ray. That card allows you to ignore the effects of any one world event that would affect you. That is the only card in the game.
One card,
and that is a villainy level plot.
Yeah. Alrighty, so do the different overlords have special powers?
Yes.
So
all of them have special powers.
Can you explain some of those then?
Absolutely. So each overlord, first of all, has what's called an affinity. And that is either for lackeys or one of the 7 resources. And anytime that they collect that resource or recruit that lackey, they get 2 instead of 1. And each overlord has a different affinity. They also have their own special abilities. For example, Lord Aether's special ability is called Transmogrify. So once per turn, does not cost him an action point. He can trade 2 Conjure Ore, the magic rocks, for any one other basic resource. Waffles has an ability called Fetch. So Waffles makes his human lackeys go fetch a resource for him at the end of the turn if he didn't collect any resources that turn. Waffles the corgi.
The what?
The corgi.
It's a dog?
This is Waffles. I don't know if you can see it here.
I haven't seen it.
That's Waffles.
That's that's one of the overlords.
That's one of the evil overlords, is Waffles the corgi. His backstory, or I should say its backstory, Waffles is androgynous. His backstory is that it was the pet of the adventuring hero. And the adventuring hero would leave for long periods of time, and Waffles would get really upset about that. One day, the adventuring hero brought home one of the relics, which is called the Femur of Acute Brilliance, and Waffles, thinking it's a regular bone, bites into it, and it made him super smart and decided he hated everybody. So then he became an evil overlord.
Well, it definitely sounds like you've done your homework. As far as providing background and reasoning for all of the strange things that are happening in your game.
Yeah, and I guess that's another thing that I forgot to show. On the reverse side of each of the overlords' playmats is their backstory.
Okay, well that's cool. Good. All right, so when is this going to be available?
It's available now for pre-order. It's literally on the boat from the manufacturer as we speak. So we're going to be shipping out to our Kickstarter backers and our pre-order backers in about a month to a month and a half. And then everybody else after that.
All right. Cool beans. Thank you so much, David, for stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
We appreciate it, and have a good day.
Cheers.
All right, we're going to be coming back over to Mark at the interview table in just a few moments. So hold on to your seats and your hats. We'll be back. Did you buy more stuff?
That's too many of them to show. But I don't think those limits tell us going to help.
Five, 6 player. I moved my chips to the center of the table. sir.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Origins Summer Preview with the Dice Tower. I'm Mark, and I'm here with Vital from Eagle-Gryphon Games. Look at this beautiful game. What did you bring us today?
Hello everybody. So I'm bringing my latest game, Lisboa. It's another complex game that like all the games I do.
Right.
But this one is has the difference of being very based in history.
Okay.
And it tells the history of my hometown.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Okay.
My hometown is Lisbon. I born there and I still live there.
Okay.
And Lisbon was reconstructed after a big earthquake in 1755. So at that time, Lisbon was the old Lisbon, almost with 800 years. So narrow streets, not a beautiful city, very with people, dirty people, you know. So, okay. But Lisbon was rich because we just went from the discoverings. So many gold comes from Brazil.
Okay.
But at that time, the gold starts to be more scarce. And this happens in 1755, 1 November, all day suns. What happened is a big earthquake completely destroyed the city. Then, because of the Saints' Day, many people was at the churches and with lighted candles, right? Light candles, and 3 days of fires.
Oh, wow, okay.
But to complete, people ran out to next to the river because of the earthquake, and to complete the disgrace and the disaster, a tsunami came from the sea and wiped everything.
Okay.
So there were, after that, with Lisbon must be reconstructed, right? So 3 of the most influenced guys on Portugal at that time decided to rebuild a new city.
Okay.
A new organized, clean, modern city. So the responsible for it was this guy, Marquis de Pombal, or the prime minister at the time. Okay, he decided that the city should be real organized. Okay, so to organize the city, he also decided that the main streets represented by these colors could only open one kind of business. So the Rua Áurea in Portuguese, or in English Gold Street, could only hold business related with gold, like watchmakers, goldsmiths.
Okay.
So then you have a street that can only hold silk and clothes, books and libraries, and tools.
Okay.
So those are the goods you can handle during the game, and you have their golds, tools, clothes, and books.
Okay.
Okay. So, and basically the game is that you are rebuilding the city based on that rules, right? So, if you notice, there are a lot of cubes around the city, but those cubes represent the rubble of the destructions, right? The idea is to clean up the city, okay, from those rubble and rebuild a new city with these beautiful buildings.
Oh, okay, nice.
So, every time I build a beautiful building, I clean up a part of the city, right?
Okay.
So Lisbon is built now over all the rubble. They rebuild it over the rubble, and now Lisbon is 1 meter over the level of the sea because of the new reconstruction. So you are doing the same. But this guy was even smarter. He decided that he could use this material to rebuild the new walls, right? So that's rubble, so it's stone, so you can do that. So he invented a system like this, he called it from his name. He was also known by Marquis de Pombal, and so he called this the Pombalin cage. Okay. So this was a structure in wood that he filled with rubble. He invented a system that could be anti-earthquake because the wood could move and since it's filled with rubble, never felt. So the buildings are still there.
Very interesting, yeah.
Okay, so this was a great invention. And people are doing the same. So every time you clean the rubble, you place the rubble on your Pombalin cage.
Cool.
Okay, so this will trace the pace of the game because you are building your walls. Okay, building your walls, you are amplifying your kingdom, your portfolio, right? So if you can build a wall, for instance, with 3 different ones, and this is game, right? You have to have two different. Right. You see here, you have a limit of 2 cars in the beginning because you play one card every time, and you have a limit of 2 cards in your portfolio. But once you complete the first wall, you see +1 there, so you can have another card.
Oh, okay.
You can have also hold more goods.
All right.
Okay, so you are amplifying your portfolio. So more stuff about the game. Okay.
Yes.
So the system of the game is very simple. This is the only rule I will explain. You have a card, a hand of 5 cards.
Okay.
Okay. A hand of 5 cards, only with the characters of the game.
Okay.
Okay. So are those here also?
Okay.
So during your turn, you just play 1 card, take the action, and then take 1 card, and that's it.
Okay.
So you have different places to play cards.
Different cards.
You can play a card in your portfolio, as we see, and you can visit any of these members, these nobles, to take the actions from them.
Okay.
Okay. Because of course they are very influenced people.
Right.
You have to have some influence to visit them. So
Right.
there are also an influence track where you can, when you should spend influence to visit them. Okay. So the game has another cool stuff here. For instance, you open it. You are a businessman. You don't want to build only the building, but open your stores, right?
Okay.
So, and I'm opening a store in this street, so I'm producing golds.
Okay.
Okay. If I opening a store here, I will produce silk.
Silk, right?
Okay. So, but since the city is completely distracted, nobody comes to your store. There is no jobs. People don't have money. Right. So the state decided. To build public buildings, right?
Okay.
So to improve the city.
Oh, right.
So when you place the public buildings there, let me look for one clue. When you place the public buildings there, the buildings shows which kinds of clients will bring to that zone.
To that zone, okay.
So,
nice.
in this case, the clients for the gold and the clients for the books. So every player that has stores in that kind of business will score a number of weeks.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Weeks. You know, the points in the game are weeks.
Oh.
Why? Because at that time, only the wealthiest people have more than 1 week. And the biggest the week, more important is the person.
Right.
So the player with the most weeks wins the game. So the team is a little bit darker. So let's place it a little bit of humor.
Yeah,
okay?
definitely.
So,
well, and it's just beautiful. The production value is amazing.
The game was designed by Ian O'Toole. He also designed other of my games, The Gallerist and Vineyards, the new edition.
Right.
And he did this one also.
Yeah.
So this one, I passed him some information that the board is made on Portuguese tiles. If you notice, there are tiles everywhere. So, so at this time, we had many palaces decorated with these tiles, entire walls.
Oh, really?
And the only pigment to work well with these tiles was the blue.
Oh, nice. Okay,
so,
that's why.
So we decided to recreate that environment and bring it to the game, so people can be more
very
involved.
Rich feeling
more
to
involved,
it.
right?
Yeah.
So you can see many details, like in the board you can see. People probably don't see, but there is many details about the disasters that happens, the fires, the destruction, the water, flood. Even you can see, unfortunately, we cannot zoom, right? So you can even see some of the tiles are broken there.
Yes,
yeah?
I see that.
So a lot of details on
a lot
the
of
production.
details in there.
Yeah, one of the best details of the production is the player boards, where you place you're able to build the walls and you have spaces to place them. And also when you play cards, you can play the cards without moving the board because
which is nice.
It's higher.
It's raised up for the cards
and
to
you
pull
even
in and
have
out.
a stop because I only want to see this part of the cards.
Absolutely. That's so cool.
All the details are very cool.
What's the player count on this? How many players?
We can play from 1 to 4 players.
Okay, so there's a single player.
There's a solo player because it is easy to learn, right? So you can take your time, set up the game, and take an entire day reading the rules and play by yourself, right? So
and
no pressure.
It's a heavier game. So what's the game length? What's the timeline?
Well, the game length for the first time will take probably 1 hour more than the usual length of the game if every know how to play the game. So if everyone knows how to play the game, you can play this game easily in 2 hours.
Okay.
But the first time you must expect about 3 hours, 3.5 hours to play. Okay.
All right.
Because you have a lot of options to do.
I'm sure.
I didn't explain anything about the game, only some stuff and the history of the game.
I mean,
The game has much more history because it tells the history of the king. The king was a very religious man, and he's connected to the church. You have a nice element here that is the cardinal. So, and the king ran away because he blamed God for the disasters. So God was mad with him because at that time we have a lot of gold. So we only play, we only party every time. So nobody wants to work. They had to work after what happens.
Right.
And so the king, it was funny because the king only appeared to openings. So, and this when you place a public building, the action of the king is the opening of the public building. So the game also brings very nice positive stuff. That is, to open the public building, you have to employ people.
Oh, okay.
Because people lose their jobs because of the destruction,
Absolutely,
right? So you have a plan from the architect.
Okay.
And there. So you see, the blue architect can build this, but the plan also tells you how many people it must be hired. So there are positive things in the game. There are
some negative
nice
things,
mechanics.
right?
Yeah, there are some negative things, but at the end, all these cards have an event that you can read and learn a little bit more about the history of Lisbon.
That's really neat. Yeah.
So all the buildings here are true, exist. And if you visit Lisbon, just take the tiles and try to visit them.
That's pretty cool. All right, well, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it was great. All right, folks, stay tuned for more.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the time.
No, it's good.
Go for it. I'm gonna put the box front.
All right, here you go. You can have that.
Okay.
Welcome back to our Q&A table, everybody. I am here with Vital Lacerda.
Lacerda.
Is that pretty good?
Pretty good.
Good enough for a white guy, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we are going to answer some questions that they've been firing as you've been giving the interview, basically.
Oh, nice.
So that's pretty much it.
I will try to do my best.
Yeah, do your best. Just relax, no worries. So first of all, we wanted to show the box, so we have done that, I think. And now we're going to basically just hit up. So what is playtime like? I know you mentioned that a little bit, but could you just reiterate that?
Yeah. If everybody knows how to play the game, playtime can be under 2 hours.
Under 2.
For a heavy game, it's perfectly fine, right?
Yes, right.
But for the first time, you expect a bit more, like 3.5 hours probably.
Yeah.
Because the game at the beginning, it will be overwhelming for you. You have a lot of options to do, and you will be lost.
Yeah.
So you have, the game is so expensive that you don't
Take
want
your
it
time,
to.
enjoy.
So I even built a solo version for you to take your time. You set up the game and
teach yourself how to play.
Teach yourself how to play. Have fun one day. Yeah,
that's great. All right, now, well, the history attached. I know you spent a lot of time talking about the history of the game over there. Is that included like in a almanac or something like that in the game, or?
Yes, I had the careful to write all the details of history on the rule book.
Okay.
So you can learn the rules by reading the rule book, of course.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have sidebars where explaining why I create that mechanics and what is the history behind the mechanics.
Very good. All right.
So this game is really very well supported by history.
Yes. All right. Super. That's great.
It's cool because if you understand the history, it's much much easier for you to teach and learn the game.
There you go.
Because
that's
I hope so, the game makes sense based on the history.
Yeah, no, I'm always an advocate for people who are designing games to find more than just a mechanism.
Yes.
When the mechanisms are tied to the theming, it makes the game easier to understand.
To understand, right. And this time I have the careful to write that on the rulebook. I usually think like that. When I design my games, I do a lot of research first, and then I think in the mechanics based on the research I did. But this time I had the careful to write that. Because, it can be easy to people to teach, to learn. Because the game is complex, right? As all my games. Maybe it can be a good help.
Okay, so what about complexity versus the gallerist? Which one is the heavier one?
At the same level, yes. It's about the same level.
All right, what about compared to other 18xx games?
Oh, I don't know because, I'm sorry guys, I don't play a lot of the 18xx
but
games.
It's about on the same level as the gallerist then?
Yeah, probably yes.
Okay, when can backers expect to receive their copies? Do you have any idea?
Oh, I think the game is delayed, and I explained already why. Because it has a very complex player boards, that people will be pleased when it will be ready. So, and we had problems with that, so we decided to delay a little bit to change the manufacturing process to make it good, to make it well. So I think only 1-2 months at the most they will receive the copies.
All right,
so.
1 or 2 months. All right, super. Now, what about a retail date after that? What convention are you guys shooting for?
I'm not the right guy
not the right person to ask.
That. Yeah, no, you have to ask the publisher. Is there
retail date? Which con are you guys shooting for Lisboa? Gen Con this year? Okay, there you go. All right. All right, super. Thank you, Daniel. What game would you suggest? This is kind of a personal question, not deeply personal, but what kind of game would you suggest for someone's first Lacerda game?
Oh, this is easy. Try this one.
Alrighty then.
All depends on your taste on team.
Okay.
I am proud that all my games have hero games, but based on the teams.
Okay.
Some people don't think, but I know what I'm doing. So yeah, my games have teams. So it depends on the team you like. If you are a guy that prefers art, so go to the galleries.
Okay.
If you like wine, maybe. Producing wines, go to vineyards.
Right.
So if you like cars, Kanban is a good. Well, Kanban can be a little bit more complex than the other games, so be careful with that.
Okay, so which
Lisboa is a good state if you is a guy that are in history, because this game is filled of history.
Okay. All right, so it's kind of, I know we're asking you to pick your favorite child. That's pretty much what it's like here.
Yeah, which one I like the most.
Yeah, right, which one's your favorite. So, but if you had to nail down one game that this is my style of designing, which one would it be?
I'm playing a lot of Lisboa right now, so probably Lisboa because I keep playing the game. But I also play Kanban a lot, still online, and people can join me in online sites. I'm there also by playing the game. So probably Kanban and Lisboa would be my ones.
All right, so I narrowed it down to 2 for you. So that's good. All right, and so next. The purple color, it seemed like there's a purplish or a bluish color. You always play with, so it's your favorite color?
Yes.
That answers the
color
question.
Or purple or orange.
Purple or orange.
So my games always have to have purple and orange.
Okay, all right, so the question was, what's does the color purple have a purpose or significance in the game?
Oh, Lisboa. About the player color. No, just because
your
I like
favorite
it,
color. Okay, good. All right, that's it. All right, so what kind of replayability can we expect from the game?
Oh, Lisboa? Yeah. A lot of them.
A lot of
them. You have very different ways to win the game.
What are some of the different ways?
Yeah, you can. The idea of the game is to rebuild the city.
Yeah.
Okay? The city was completely destroyed in 1755, so you have to rebuild the city.
Okay.
So everybody has to do that.
Right.
That's the core of the game. But you can then go for the church because the church have really nice tiles that break the rules. You can go for the ships because the commerce is very important. You have always money to build. So you can go for, I don't know, you can go for the production. there is a lot of stuff that you can do in the game. So you can go for the public buildings. There is many ways to win the game.
Right.
Of course, the core still the rebuilding of is going.
Okay, so there's like so many different ways that you can play the game.
To can play the game and to explore the game.
Yeah.
I'm happy with it because you have about 7 in-game scoring cards, so 70 in-game scoring cards. You have about 40 clergy tiles that break the rules, so there is a lot of replayability there. I'm really happy with it.
Very good. All right.
Seems like I'm doing a lot of advertising for my game.
No, that's fine. That's what you're here for, right?
And it's true. It's true.
Absolutely.
I'm convinced that it's true.
It's a beautiful production. Congratulations.
Yes.
You did a great job as far as putting it together. The artwork is amazing. And
it's from Ian O'Toole again, the same guy who did the galleries and the new version of Venus. And you have to try this game. If you like heavy games,
I have some time tomorrow, so maybe.
Okay.
I can't guarantee it, but I will try it. If not at home, that is correct.
Please do it because the game is filled of history, and I know you like it.
Very cool. All right, thank you so much, Vital.
Thank you for having me again.
Absolutely,
and
always
it was
a pleasure.
To talk
yes,
to you.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so folks, we are done, I think. Tom's going to come over here and join me, and we're going to send you guys off.
Welcome.
How are you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you very much.
Hey,
come over here in the middle.
Okay. I'm with famous designers.
You are most famous.
I'm not a
now,
designer.
So
you're a designer.
I'm trying to be.
Yeah.
I'm with one famous designer.
Oh, thank you very much.
Hey, folks, thanks so much for
calling me
watching.
famous.
Thanks so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. Now, tomorrow's live feed is going to be all sorts of things. We're going to start with a live play of Immortals. It's a brand new Cube Tower game. And then we're going to have whatever we might want to put on the video. So come back and see. You never know.
Oh, we get to riff tomorrow with everybody.
If you're watching this and you're at Origins, come by. We'll put you on. Put almost anybody on, except for Rodney Smith.
There was the word almost there. That's a very needed word.
All right, until next time, I'm Tom Vasilo.
Sam Healy.
And Vital Lacerda.
All right.
And you've been watching the Dice Tower.
See you on the flip side, folks.